No.
From the defense?
I still don't have a computer, Judge.
All right. What do you want me to do about that? You're just telling me? Just making a record? All right. Attorney Galaviz has a computer. You have co-counsel. You told me yesterday you have a backup. Hopefully, meaning at the office. So hopefully you were able to get everything that you needed.
Working on it, Judge.
All right. But everything you need today, Attorney Galaviz has on his computer?
I hope so.
Well, we had overnight, so I hope so as well. Okay, then, all right. Madam Clerk, bring the jury out. If for some reason something's not there and you've given Madam Clerk the flash drive, we can always accommodate and help you pull it up too. Just let us know. Or that too. Did you get a new one today?
I got one yesterday that got cleared. So, but I haven't put it in anywhere yet because this one doesn't have a green USB port.
No, mine doesn't. I'll figure it out. I think there's one on the monitors. Do I have that?
I probably just let them plug it in so we can just go right.
But there's a USB and like the monitor.
All rise for the jury.
Michelle needs to be using the calendar.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, good morning on this snowy day, and it was slippery out there, so we're glad you are all here in one piece. Yesterday, during Mr. Craig's testimony, there was reference to an exhibit that was marked as 183 and then 186, and for those of you who take notes, it's only 183, so I told the parties I would let you know that. All right, with that, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Stahl.
Good morning, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. And my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing that I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Francis, Francis, last name Stahl, Stahl.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Officer Stahl, how are you employed?
Through the city of Cudahy as a police officer,
All right. How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
about 37 years.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2010. Were you employed with the City of Cudahy Police Department at that time?
Yes,
All right. I want to specifically direct your attention to September 16th, 2010. On that date, did you receive a phone call from Prime Financial Credit Union?
yes.
What did you receive a phone call about?
The phone call, I was actually at Prime Financial at the time, speaking with one of the employees there, and we received a call in that person's office that the person that I was there investigating a complaint for had entered the building and was there presently.
Okay. What were you investigating in regards to a complaint?
A fraud case.
Okay. And who is the suspect of that fraud case?
Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. What sort of information was provided to the credit union that sparked this investigation?
There were, via fax, driver's license, a social security card, and a We Energies bill that were faxed to the credit union.
What caused them concern on that?
The main thing was, I can't recall exactly, but it was either the director or the chief that had recognized the defendant's name as someone who had tried to open an account once before and that red flagged them. So,
Okay. Ultimately, so that energy bill, social security, and driver's license, were they used to try to open a new account?
correct.
Under what name were they trying to open that account?
That was Arvila Schultz.
Can you spell that, please?
I believe it's ARIVILLASHOULTS.
Thank you.
Yes.
When you were at the Prime Financial Credit Union, based on that information, what did you do next?
Based on that information, I actually took the defendant into custody.
Okay. What did you do then?
We transported to the station where I can Mirandized and conducted an interview.
What did Ms. Kurczewski have to say about this situation?
She was upright, honest, and admitted that yes, she did in fact attempt to open the account in another person's name.
So she admitted to trying to open an account under Ms. Schultz's name. Is that
Correct. Sorry. Yes.
okay? And she tried to open that account utilizing that social security number, energy bill, and driver's license.
Correct.
Did she talk to you about altering any of that documentation, or was that actually Ms. Schultz's documentation?
No, the defendant actually said that I believe she even used her own driver's license, but was able to alter it looking at that of Arvila Schultz. Yes.
Do you know how Ms. Kurczewski was able to obtain Ms. Schultz's information?
Yes, she actually lived above Ms. Schultz for I don't know what extended time, but there was a period that she moved in with one of Ms. Schultz's daughters that lived upstairs from them. It was like a duplex, I guess.
Okay. After this account was opened or tried to be opened, did Ms. Kurczewski try to get her name added to this account?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski have Ms. Schultz consent to open or to use her information to open this bank? I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Stoll.
Thank you.
Hey, Cross.
Again, Officer, Ms. Kurczewski you said was honest and admitted what she did?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sit down.
I'd be asking that you be released from the subpoena.
No objection.
All right, you are released from your subpoena, sir. Thank you. Statement called to next witness.
State cause Leslie Booton, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front of the courtroom to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Over. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. My name is Leslie Bouton, Leslie Bouton, Booton.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning.
How is it you're employed?
I am employed at Robert Hack Diamonds.
And what do you do for Robert Hack Diamonds?
I'm one of the managers,
And how long have you been a manager there?
35 years.
And what sort of business does Robert Hack do?
We are a full service jeweler. We buy gold from the public. We sell jewelry. We do appraisals. We do repairs. Anything that a full service jeweler would do.
Okay. Sometime around October or November of 2018, did a detective from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department come speak with you at Robert Hack Diamonds?
Yes.
And were they interested in sort of the aspect of your business that buys gold or jewelry from people?
Yes.
Okay. And did they ask you to pull some transaction records?
Yes.
Do you at Robert Hack keep transaction records in the normal course of your business?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
It's asked of us to do. Record keeping is important.
Okay. And could I bring up Exhibit 88 for the witness, please?
I see a blue screen.
Bear with us, Ms. Bouton. We're just figuring out the computers today.
It was there. There it is.
It's not, I see it's not on the defense screen.
Well, check your monitor, please. It keeps, it went off.
We don't see it.
Right, I don't see it either. It was on and then it went off. I don't know what's happening with the connection. It appears to be the table and not the folks using the technology.
Ready to do it the old-fashioned way.
Here's our document camera if they need it. Oh, it's next to me, Teresa.
It's working now, Judge.
Okay, good. It's back on.
Okay.
Well, he needs to look at that.
Just in case. Is that up on your screen now, Ms. Bouton?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 88 is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a property transaction record. When somebody comes into our location and chooses to sell an item, we fill out this property transaction record.
Okay. And could we move to Exhibit 89, please? And Ms. Bouton, do you now see Exhibit 89 on your screen?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is, we have to import every buy that we do within 24 hours. I don't know if this was the Nooper system or the Leads Online, but we import it so that the municipalities can see what we purchased if there's an issue.
Okay. And is there in fact a photograph of the item you purchased on Exhibit 89?
Very blurry, but yes, there is.
Okay. And in the top middle of that form, is there a transaction number?
Yes,
And what is that transaction number, please?
91569.
And if we go back to Exhibit 88, do you see a transaction report number on that form as well?
Yes, 91569.
So does that mean Exhibit 88 and 89 are linked together?
Can we go back to the other one, please?
Yes, 89, please.
Yes,
Okay. And so at this time, Your Honor, I'd move Exhibits 88 and 89 into evidence, and I would ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibits 88 and 89 are received, permission to publish granted.
I'll just wait for a thumbs up from the jury box that they have it on their screens. Okay, thank you.
At least that
Everybody.
one's quick today.
All right, Ms. Bouton, as we go through Exhibit 88, can you determine who the person that was selling this item was?
yes.
Who is that?
Jessy R. Kurczewski.
Okay. Do you know who that person is?
I do not.
Okay, just a customer that came in to sell something.
Correct.
And on what day was this particular transaction made?
October 22nd of 2018.
Okay. And in the middle section, is the person selling an item required to tell Robert Hack Diamonds how long they've owned an item?
Yes, they are.
Why do they have to disclose that?
Well, the municipality that oversees our buying operation, which would be Greenfield, this is their form. This is what they request of us. So we ask all if the item is owned by them, if it was found, and how long they have owned it.
Okay. And what was the seller's response to how long they've owned this particular item?
2.5 months.
Okay. And now if we could publish Exhibit 89, please, Mr. Vulcanier. Thank you. Now, Ms. Bouton, again, this is a different form that's linked to Exhibit 88, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about the same sale of an item? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, there's a verbal description of the item on this form. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that description of this particular item?
Yellow gold men's heavy link yellow gold bracelet, 10/23 of 18, imported by me.
Okay. And you said there's a photograph, albeit a grainy one, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's a photo you at Robert Hack takes of the item?
Correct.
Okay. If I showed you what's previously been put into evidence as Exhibit 46, do you believe you can see the same gold bracelet in that exhibit?
I'm going to pop back to the other one real quick for me.
Sure. Exhibit 89, please.
Yes.
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 46, you can touch your screen and show the jury where you see that bracelet in that exhibit.
Right here.
All right. You've drawn a red line sort of in the middle of the picture. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. We can clear the screen. All right. And now if I could just show the witness Exhibit 90, please. Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in Exhibit 90, if you know?
We are looking at another property transaction record, another sale by the same person on 10/26 of 2018.
Okay. So a couple days later than that last transaction we just talked about.
Correct?
And if we switch to Exhibit 91 for the witness, please. Again, is this a corresponding transaction report?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry, are these fair and accurate representations of this particular October 26th transaction?
Appears to be.
Okay, I would move Exhibits 90 and 91 into evidence, Your Honor, and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 90 and 91 are received, permission to publish granted.
All right, and again, same kind of questions, Ms. Bouton. Again, Ms. Kurczewski was asked to declare how long she's owned this item or items, correct?
Correct?
And what was her response?
3 months.
And if we go to Exhibit 91, please. Again, we have a verbal description and albeit grainy pictures of what these items are, correct?
Yes.
What were these items?
White gold diamond ladies bracelet with round white stones, prong set stones.
Okay. And in fact, we see that Ms. Kurczewski gave an address, correct?
Yes.
In what city was that address you gave?
Franklin.
Okay. And again, if we could take that down and show just the witness exhibit 92, please. Do you see that exhibit now?
Yes.
And again, what are we looking at there?
A property transaction record of a sale that took place January 4th of 2019.
And who was it a transaction with?
Jessy R. Kurczewski,
Okay, same person in the first two transactions?
correct?
All right. And if we move to exhibit 93 briefly, are you able to link that item up with exhibit 92 based on that transaction number?
Yes.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of the transaction on January 4th of 2019?
Yes.
All right, I'd move in exhibits 92 and 93 and ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibits 92 and 93 are received. Permission to publish granted.
Thank you. Thank you. It's up in the jury box now. Again, as we go through this, can you just tell us how long Ms. Kurczewski stated she owned this particular item that was being sold?
6 months.
And if we can switch to exhibit 93, please. Again, what is the sort of verbal description of these items that were being sold?
Looks like a bracelet, yellow gold, one yellow gold S-link ladies bracelet with round stones. Second, yellow gold, two-tone gents wedding ring with a row of round white stones channel set. And the second one was a yellow gold ladies ring with 14 round prong set white stones.
Okay, with that sort of verbal description in mind and that black and white photograph that was provided, if we go to exhibit 46 again, do you think you can see those rings in this photograph?
I can see rings in the photograph. I don't know which ones go with that because I'm not looking at the top of them. I'm looking at the side of them. I can see the bracelets though.
Okay, the bracelets in that second transaction we talked about?
Yes.
And just circle those briefly.
The bracelets.
Yes, please. Okay, those are the bracelets that were sold that we discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Jess.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Do any of those rings at the bottom of page 46 appear at least consistent with that third transaction report you just looked at?
Yes, consistent.
Which ones look consistent?
Circle.
Yes, please. All right, you've circled, as you're looking at the photograph, the two rings on the furthest right. Is that fair?
Correct.
And actually, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, would you please capture this annotation? And I believe I would ask that this be marked as exhibit 46B. Your Honor, once that is done, I would move exhibit 46B into evidence as well.
No objection.
Exhibit 46B is received.
Yes, please. Thank you. And Ms. Bouton, my final question for you is, when a person comes in and fills out these transaction reports, is there any way for you at Robert Hack to verify how long a person has owned an item, for example?
We cannot verify how long someone has owned the item. No, we simply ask them.
Okay, and then you keep documentation of
We
their responses.
documented absolutely what they say.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have.
Nick Cross.
Just a few questions, Judge. Ma'am, are you the one that filled out each one of these exhibits that you were shown by the state?
No, I am not.
Who filled them out?
There were 3 different staff members on them.
So each transaction was handled by a different employee.
Correct.
And it seems like whoever filled out is the person who is handling the transaction on behalf of your jewelry store. Are they the ones who fill out the form?
Yes.
So all the handwriting on these property transactions are done by your employees.
Correct.
How do they verify the name, driver's license number, and address of the person or the customer?
We take one of 3 forms of identification: a valid driver's license, a passport or a valid state ID.
So each transaction handled by your employee, the customer appeared to be given the same name, address, driver's license, correct?
Appears so, yes.
There didn't appear to be any kind of fraud with that information, correct?
No.
And I noticed on one of your exhibits, I think it was number 92. Could you pull that up, please?
Sure, we can do that.
Where it says in the middle section, it talks about, is the article totally owned by you? And it says yes, correct?
Correct?
And it says, was the article found by you? And it says no.
Correct?
And it says give details, and it's empty, blank, correct?
Correct. So I can explain.
Well, let me bring up another exhibit. Could you bring up exhibit number 92
This is 92.
or exhibit number 90? Again, on that form, it says your employee took down the word Lynn Hernan Ant.
Correct.
So sometimes some employees ask more information in regards with the customer than other employees. Is that safe to say?
I think it's more safe to say that sometimes the client offers more information to us and we jot it down.
So in this transaction, the client or customer provided the detail that the item was given by her Aunt Lynn Hernan.
Correct.
That mistakes the testimony.
Sustained, rephrase.
Well, on that exhibit, what was written down when it says give details?
Lynn Hernan Ant.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
I would ask that Ms. Bhutan be released from her subpoenas.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena. Statement calls next witness.
The state calls Magdalena Sabaniak.
Before you bring her up, can I just see the attorneys at sidebar for a second? Good morning, Ms. Saboniak. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. And then the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Magdalena Saboniak, Magdalena Soboniak.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Saboniak, thank you for being here this morning. I just have a few pretty specific questions to ask you, okay?
Sure.
Have you ever met someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes, I have.
Do you in fact see her in the courtroom today at the defense table?
I do.
Okay. When you met Ms. Kurczewski, were you both in a custodial setting?
Yes.
Okay. Was that here at the Waukesha County Jail?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, speaking of that, have you been convicted of a crime before?
I have
How many times?
5 times.
Okay. So at some point in time, did you actually ask to speak with a detective from the sheriff's department about Ms. Kurczewski?
I did.
Would that have been around January of this year?
I believe so.
Okay. And were you able to meet with Detective Plennis?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, around that time, were you housed with Ms. Kurczewski in the jail?
Not at that point.
Okay. Had you been previously?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that would have been, or how long ago from the interview it had been?
I believe I was moved in November. And I met with the Detective Plennis in January.
Okay. So if the meeting was in January of this year, then you think that you were moved in November of 2022?
I believe so.
And at the point in which you were you moved away from Ms. Kurczewski or in with her?
Away from.
Okay. So prior to November of 2022, how long would you say you were in the same housing unit as Ms. Kurczewski?
I don't know the exact time frame.
Was it more than a day?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was months. I mean, I got to Waukesha, spent a few weeks in the regular pod housing, and then I got moved to pod 3, which she was housed in.
Okay. When you were in the same housing location, did Ms. Kurczewski ever talk about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did quite often.
Did she talk about her to you?
Yes.
What would she say about her generally?
Generally, she'd just talk about her case and talk about her good friend, about her passing, and just basics of what she was accused of, what she did, what she claimed to not do.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you how Lynn Hernan died?
She said that it was in her belief that Lynn died from taking her own medication and taking too much.
Okay. When Ms. Kurczewski would talk about Lynn Hernan, did Ms. Hernan's finances ever come up, or the money situation with Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And what would Ms. Kurczewski say about that?
That somehow she gained power of attorney and she was in charge of writing all her checks, paying for all her bills, taking care of all of her finances. She was basically in charge of she had full access to all of her accounts, all of her money. I don't even know if Lynn would check up on what the money was going to.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say about where the money was going to?
She said she would take care of the bills for Lynn. However, she also had gambling habits. She would go to Potawatomi. She would spend days there with her boyfriend. She would only play high limit Texas Hold'em. She would lose a lot of money. She would have to compensate with this. So she would write checks. She would she would say she had permission to write checks to redo the house for her boyfriend, redo the kids' rooms, redo all their clothing. That's why she didn't care, when the boyfriend didn't like her spending a certain amount of money, and she'd have to redo all the pictures, all the furniture, everything like that. And I'm just wondering how you can spend all this money and not care that you have to redo the whole house.
when you said that, I think you said she would write checks, who would write what checks?
That she would write checks because she had the power of attorney. So she could write checks to herself, or she could write checks to cash and sign for herself because she had access to the bank accounts.
Whose accounts, whose checks?
These were Lynn Hernan's.
Okay. And did Ms. Kurczewski say that she did in fact write herself checks sometimes?
Yes.
Okay. Did there ever come a time when Ms. Kurczewski talked to you about handwriting?
Yes, she said that her and her attorneys requested the FBI handwriting analysis, and they were waiting on that. It got pushed back, so she was quite upset about that. She finally went and did the analysis, and I remember when she came back from it, she was quite upset, shaken. She used my account, which she did quite often, to make phone calls so people wouldn't listen to what she was talking about. She made a phone call to somebody crying. And then we always sat together. It was just me and her, eating or whatnot, sitting and talking. And she had explained that she was under the impression that she would have various paragraphs to do the analysis on, like separate pages, do paragraphs so she could maybe change her writing. But this was like a stack of maybe 100 papers, and it was the same sentence over and over again. So she was quite upset about that. In fact, she was crying, I believe, that day when she came back. And then she was crying when she made that phone call on my account. So she was upset because this was the same thing and she couldn't change her writing.
Okay. Were you ever able to be at any court appearances with Ms. Kurczewski about her case?
Was I able to what?
Were you ever able to be in court when a hearing would happen about this case?
No.
Were you able to follow the case at all in media or news?
I was incarcerated the entire time, so.
Okay. Did
No.
anyone else ever talk to you about this FBI handwriting analysis other than Ms. Kurczewski?
No, she was the only one that talked about her case to me. She's the only one that actually bragged about why she was in here. You know, she's the one that told me why she was in here, bragged about her bail, that she's been in here so long. I mean, I didn't know about the case from anybody but her.
Okay. When you would talk with Ms. Kurczewski, did the idea of a car title loan ever get discussed?
Yes.
And what was discussed about that?
That was her original crime, that she said she maxed out at TCI, Tachita Correctional Institute, because she said she had, I believe, a Mitsubishi Eclipse that she had a title for, and she created one or two additional fake titles and took out loans on the original title and then on these fake titles, and said she claimed once she got found out or busted that she didn't know she could take out additional loans on these duplicate titles she made. So she told me she made the titles, took out one loan, took out another loan when she already had.
Please.
Sure.
right, thank you. Attorney Nicolai, your next question.
Thank you. At a point in time, Ms. Saboniak, did you ever talk with Ms. Kurczewski about wanting to be able to have a new identity
Yes.
for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Kurczewski say or offer regarding that topic specifically?
She was very proud of the fact that she worked in a dental office, but she was more proud of the fact that she could create these documents, and she was so good at forging documents that she could create a new identity, not for herself, because she would claim she would go out of the country to get her own identity, but for me, she could do a new identity and years of banking history. And if I believe the promise was to get the truck, part of a payment for the truck, my truck, that she wanted for the man who was, or the 20-year-old that was incarcerated here, that she liked, that she had living with somebody that was previously incarcerated here.
Object, Your Honor. This is vague, confusing.
Let me just ask some
Sorry.
specific questions, okay?
So the objection is sustained. Please
I apologize.
So during this discussion, did Ms. Kurczewski say that she could make you a new bank history?
Yes.
Did she say she could create a work history for this
Yes.
new identity? Did she tell you how she was able to do that?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I thank you, Cross.
Jessy never did create any of these things for you, true?
Correct.
And you said that she went out of the country to get her own identity?
No, she said if she was going to get a new identity for herself, if she ever got released on bail, she would go out of the country, that she researched it and
Okay, so you're not claiming that she went out of the country?
correct.
And you were you were housed in the Waukesha County Jail with Jessy.
Yes, I would.
And when you talked about Jessy coming back from court hearings, you weren't in the courtroom for the court hearings. True?
No, I was not.
Because you were sitting in the jail, right?
Yes.
But after court, isn't it true that you'd all watch the TV and the news about what had happened in court? That was common in the jail to watch TV.
Not myself. I would be walking and listening to music all day long. I wouldn't even sit to watch TV when Jessy would ask me to.
You listen to music all day long, but yet you have these long, elaborate conversations with Jessy.
Absolutely. That's the only time I would stop my walking.
And when you were in the jail with Jessy, you could see her paperwork, right?
She would actually get called out.
Just yes or no?
No.
When you were in the, so when you wrote to the law enforcement and indicated you wanted to talk to them because you had information, right?
Yes.
And you said you've been convicted of crimes how many times? did you
5
say?
times.
5. And one of the things that happens at the jail is, you know, that if police, law enforcement talk to you and you've got information to share with them, you might be able to get some credit. True?
I'm not sure.
You know,
I've never spoken to anybody or gotten any credit for anything, so I'm not sure how it works.
you said you've been in custody the entire time that this case has been pending, so you weren't able to ever come to court. So you're saying right now, as you sit there, you're in custody?
No, I'm not in custody, but when I was in custody, this is the first time I've been in custody, so I don't know how this works. I asked to speak to a detective. I don't know how these things work.
Well, the state's suggesting that you would have no way of knowing anything about this case. And that's clear to me that you're not in custody right now.
Correct.
You could have researched this case, right?
I suppose.
When you were in jail and you met with a detective, it was Detective Plennis, is that who you met with?
Yes,
You also provided information on another case, true?
not another case, no.
Okay. Were you interested in knowing what kind of incentives you could get for cooperating?
I believe I asked if I cooperated, if I could get anything in return. I believe that was my first question.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you about before.
I said, I don't know how it works. I didn't say if I asked or not.
I see. Okay. So you did ask, though, if there were any incentives that you could receive for cooperation, true?
Correct.
For example, you wanted the detective to reach out to other district attorneys, true?
I didn't necessarily say that. I asked if I could get help with my other case.
You wanted the detectives, you asked if there was something they could do for you to avoid going to prison, true?
I'm not certain if that was at the time. I believe it was asking about my other open case because I already had lost my, I believe I already lost my revocation.
You'd agree with me that one of the things you were hoping to avoid was going to prison,
Of course,
right?
of course. But I'm not sure if that was the exact question is all I'm saying.
And when you finished your interview with law enforcement, they indicated, or they agreed they would tell your lawyer, tell other district attorneys about your cooperation.
All they said is they could say that I cooperated. There could be no deals. There could be no incentives.
They told you that they would advise other people that you cooperated, true?
They said that.
That's a yes or a no. Either they did or they didn't.
I'm not sure on the question that's being asked.
Isn't it true that the detectives told you that they would reach out to others and advise them about your cooperation?
I suppose.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. Saboniak, the things that you testified about today, are they consistent with what you told Detective Plennis in January of this year?
Yes.
So has anything that you've said today something that you made up based on watching the news since you've been out?
No.
Okay. Did you get time cut off of any sentence for this information?
Absolutely not.
Did you get any benefit on any other case you may have had or have because of this cooperation?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'd ask that she release from her subpoena.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you just heard testimony that at times Jessy Kurczewski was in a custodial setting. Her custodial setting does not have any bearing on her guilt or innocence and should not be used against her in any way. All right, the statement called its next witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Anthony Poza.
My own. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. And my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Anthony Poza, Anthony, Poza, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Poza. How are you doing?
All right,
How old are you as you sit here today?
26.
And what do you do for a living?
Work on old motorcycles.
Did you go to college before going into that employment?
I did.
Did you graduate college?
I did.
What is your degree in?
Supply chain management and marketing.
What years were you in college for?
2016 to 2020.
And where did you go to college?
University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee at Waukesha and Milwaukee.
Okay, so you started at Waukesha, finished at Milwaukee.
Correct.
What years were you at the Waukesha campus?
2016 to 2017.
Do you know Lynn Hernan?
Absolutely.
How did you know Lynn Hernan?
We've known her since birth. She was like a aunt, family friend, close. Saw her on every holiday and birthdays and stuff like that.
So on those birthdays and holidays, would you all get together, or was it phone calls, or just sending cards in the mail?
We'd always get together on, my birthday. My mom would have parties and stuff, and she would always show up. I'd always depend on Aunt Lenny.
Did that tail off as you got older?
As I got older into high school, it was a lot more phone calls. But as I got into college, I'd go and see her at her residence in Milwaukee.
Okay. How often would you say you went and visited her?
Once or twice a month.
And was that while you were at the Waukesha campus?
Correct.
So that was 2016 and 2017?
Yes.
And how was it you would go visit her?
I would just drive over there for lunch because I had a long lunch break, and she'd usually offer me food or whatever was in the fridge. And it was just a cool place to hang out, I guess, away from campus and, but still close enough to where I could get back to class pretty quick.
Okay. So it was kind of between classes over the lunch.
Yeah.
When you went there, you said she would kind of make you food or let you go into the fridge and things like that?
Absolutely.
Would you guys sit and talk?
Yes.
What kind of things would you talk about?
Usually old movies and stuff. We both really liked, like Wizard of Oz and Godfather and Scarface and all of like the 80s and actually is back as far as the 50s. We'd watch all sorts of crazy movies together.
Okay. Did you know Lynn's hobbies outside of old movies?
Yeah, she liked to have fun with my mom on the water. She loved the lake, and for a while she was living in various lakes as I grew up in like the Muskego, Mukwonago area.
Okay. Was she crafty at all?
Oh yeah, she could reupholster anything. She made by.
Okay. Was she a big home repair person?
Yes and no.
Did you ever see her with power tools out and say, Lynn, what are you doing with that drill or that saw today?
No.
Okay. What about guns? Did you ever know Lynn to have an interest in firearms?
No.
Not at all?
No.
What about those movies you talked about though, like Godfather and Scarface?
It's just a movie, it's just stuff we're watching, but she loved those movies. Absolutely.
Okay. So she was never talking about
No.
trying to get guns or anything
No.
like that?
No.
Did you ever see any guns at Lynn's house?
No.
Let's talk about Lynn and technology for a second. Was Lynn technological at all?
No. I mean, if I had to show her pictures on my phone, and usually my phone was so cracked up, she'd say, oh, you have to go, print those out. I want this picture, that picture. She didn't have anything really. There was no sending stuff to her via email or even text message. There was none of that. You just called her.
Okay. Did Lynn have a computer?
No.
Did she have a phone that could access the internet?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know what kind of phone she had?
Flip phone.
When you would visit her at lunch, was she just kind of sending text messages all the time, staring down at her phone?
Never. I mean, if I was there, it was pretty much one-on-one. That was what was nice, is kids in my generation are always on their phones. So it's like not having a person to talk to, and you always talk to Lynn. Absolutely.
And on these occasions you would go over between classes, was that because Lynn invited you, or would you just drop by?
I would just drop by most of the time.
Were there any times you told Lynn ahead of time, hey, I think I'm stopping by, and she told you don't come?
Sure.
How many times would you say that happened?
2 or 3, and on one of those occasions I just stopped by anyway because I knew she wouldn't be mad if I just showed up.
So you did show up on at least one occasion where she told you not to?
Yeah.
And was Lynn mad about that?
No, she's just kind of, you know, gave me crap about it and was like, yeah, I told you I'm not looking that great today. And I said, that doesn't matter. I just want to hang out with you, making sure you're all right.
Did she let you come in?
Yeah.
Did you sit and have a conversation?
Yep.
Did she kick you out after a short time?
Well, no, I just had to go back to class.
Okay. So it was pretty normal other than her saying she didn't look very good.
Yeah.
Was that something Lynn was kind of thinking about a lot, how she looked?
Towards, you know, yeah, when I was in college, she did.
Okay. Was she a person that liked to look good?
Yeah, yeah, she always liked looking good.
She was a hairstylist, right?
Yeah.
Did she do makeup?
I think way back in the day, but that was before I was born.
Okay. She wear jewelry when you saw her?
Yeah, she always had like gaudy costume jewelry on. That was just kind of old school stuff.
Okay.
Not anything extravagant, just costume stuff most of the time.
On any of those occasions you just dropped by, even if Lynn told you not to, was that because somebody told you, hey, Anthony, go visit Lynn, she's lonely and sad, or anything like that?
No, I was always on my own accord. There was a couple times I'd go there with my mom and she'd say, you know, we need to see Aunt Lenny. You know, it's 2 months after a holiday. We got to, you know, exchange gifts. She's been wanting to see you, blah, blah, blah. And that was, you know, the few times that, you know, I wasn't like I got guilted into it. I wanted to see her.
You like seeing Lynn?
Yeah,
You miss Lynn?
absolutely.
So you're obviously aware that Lynn passed away in October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
You remember how you found out the news?
Jessy Kurczewski called me, I think, the day of.
You remember about what time?
I don't recall.
It was a phone call though, not
Part of me don't want to believe that he did this.
My brother likes to push a lot of people around.
I don't give a about anything. I ain't got to listen to nobody.
How were these filmmakers able to convince so many people of Stephen Avery?
Was it just that fast? She told you Lynn died and then got right to.
I mean, there was a little bit more conversation to it, but I don't remember the details of everything I said.
Do you remember how you felt when you heard that news?
I was devastated. My family was devastated. I mean, I'm close with my aunt and uncle and my parents. So, I mean, we all just were pretty shocked because my uncle talked to Lynn every day. So it was just odd.
Do you remember in that moment hearing this news and feeling devastated? Did you want to talk about the will and needing to get together to talk
No,
about
I didn't want to talk about any of that. Lynn would bring that up to me when I'd go see her in college, and I usually shut the conversation down because it was just kind of awkward. I didn't want it. I wanted her here, not any of her things. I mean, and as far as I knew, she didn't have that much stuff.
So when Ms. Kurczewski kind of moved right into talking about the will and needing to get together, what were you feeling?
I felt like it was a little rushed, but I also understood like the stress of, you know, in a estate, you know, when you're dealing with an estate. So I just figured maybe she just wanted to get on with it and move on. And I just didn't know much.
Did you know prior to Ms. Kurczewski telling you that you were a beneficiary of Lynn Hernan's estate?
I knew I was on her will, but I didn't know to what degree.
Okay. And you said Lynn would bring that up sometimes when you would have these like lunchtime conversations.
Yes.
Do you remember how she would bring it up?
It's always like really, you know, we'd be in the middle of a conversation and she would, you know, talk to me about, you know, money she put places and that if something ever happened to her to, you know, make sure to grab it. And like I said, it was always very awkward conversations that I honestly dismissed 99% of the time.
Okay. So she would bring it up in the sense of if something happens to me.
Right.
Did you ever take that to mean Lynn was thinking of committing suicide?
No.
Did you ever in your whole time knowing Lynn Hernan believe she might commit suicide?
No.
If you thought that, would you have taken some action?
Absolutely. I guarantee you if my mom and I knew, we would have taken some action with getting her some help.
Do you recall when the last sort of in between classes, lunchtime kind of conversation you had with Lynn was?
The last time I saw Lynn was a month before she passed away with my uncle. They were on their way home from a restaurant and they met at my uncle's house, and I live really close by, and I walked up there and she was there and she looked pretty good, and we talked for a while, and that was the last time I saw Lynn.
Was that in August or September of 2018 then?
It was August.
August. And you said she looked pretty well?
Yeah.
You understood she had just come from lunch, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Out at a restaurant?
Yeah, with my uncle.
Okay. And did you have a pretty standard conversation with her that day?
Yeah, I talked to her for about an hour and a half.
Do you remember leaving just feeling like, hey, something's not right with Lynn, anything like that?
No, in fact, she said she was starting to feel better, and she did complain about back problems and certain things before that, and she's like, I'm fine, I'm glad I'm getting out again, and we need to do this more often, and you need to come with us next time. And I didn't think it was like the last time by any stretch of the imagination.
So she was setting up times to get together in the future with you?
Yes.
If we sort of move past what we've been talking about, where Ms. Kurczewski now tells you have to get together to discuss the will and things like that, okay? Did Ms. Kurczewski tell you who would be in charge of handling Lynn's estate?
Yeah, she said she was appointed power of attorney.
Okay. Did you ever have to okay that or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have to sign a form saying you were okay with Ms. Kurczewski handling the estate?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we bring up Exhibit 69 for the witness, please. Is that on your screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 69 is?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
It looks like, oh, my bad. It just looks like it's I consent to the admission of the will dated November 26, 2016. It looks like I signed off on it, and I consent to the appointment of Jessy Kurczewski as personal representative.
Okay. So and that's your signature on Exhibit 69?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I will move Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Objection.
All right, Exhibit 69 is received.
Okay, so a couple things with that document, Mr. Posa. You sort of said, I'm okay with Ms. Kurczewski running the estate.
I believe I had to sign this, or it was just gonna just sit open.
Well, let's come back to that for a second. But you would acknowledge that's what you were signing off on.
Yes.
And that the will that was put forth, you said that looks good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you felt like you had to sign that form?
Yes.
Why is that?
I was, Jessy gave me all these forms to sign, and I'd read over the will, and I read over everything that she gave me. And she says I was appointed, and it looked like in the will that she was appointed. It was notarized, and I just felt like, okay, well, this is Lynn, and I signed it.
Okay. And your signature was dated October 11th of 2018?
Yeah.
And would that mean that there was a will at least given to you to review prior to that date?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from there, did you really pay attention to what was happening to the estate very closely?
No, I would just check up with Jessy every once in a while via text and ask her if she needed any help.
Okay. And I should go back. Prior to Ms. Kurczewski calling you to tell you that Lynn had died, had you ever talked to Ms. Kurczewski before that?
Never.
Did you know who she was?
Lynn would bring her up on occasion, but it was rare.
Okay. Had you ever met her in person?
No.
All right. So at what point did you and Ms. Kurczewski either start talking on the phone or getting together in person to talk about the estate?
Like the day after Lynn passed away.
Okay. October 4th?
Yeah.
Was there ever a time where Ms. Kurczewski invited you to come to Lynn's condo to sort of go through personal belongings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She asked us, and my mom and my uncle came with us to go into the condo, and I was a little distressed. I wasn't really thinking about stuff as much as I was just kind of thinking about what had happened. And of course I walked through it because it was more of a memory of our friend. And I took some of her parents' things from like World War II, some dog tags, and a little box of just mementos from her family, because I was close with her dad and I was a little kid, and he would tell me stories about World War II. So that stuff was important to me. I had a little box, and they said, hey, could I grab this stuff? And Jessy said that was fine.
Okay. She let you have some of Lynn's property, or actually it sounds like Lynn's parents' property.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you said, hey, could I have that? And Jessy said, no, absolutely, you can't have that.
I asked about certain things that were like higher ticket items toward like later in the month. And I said, what are you going to do with this? And it just, like the Jeep was signed over to her mom 2 weeks before she died, she said, and all this stuff. So I just assumed that, Lynn had gotten rid of all of her stuff that was of value, and I didn't question it any further.
You just made that assumption.
Yes.
Is that based on what you were seeing as you kind of went through the condo?
Yes.
All right. Aside from the Jeep, you said big ticket items. Was there anything else you asked about?
She had a bracelet that, to my knowledge, was supposed to be given.
It's speculation.
Overruled. He may answered. He said, to my knowledge.
To my knowledge, was supposed to be given to my uncle, and that was discussed with me in August, which was 3-4 weeks before she passed. So that was a little bit of a red flag, but again, I didn't question it because I just assumed that Lynn was getting taken care of by Jessy, and that she just assumed all the high ticket items.
Did you ever ask Jessy about that gold bracelet?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened to it?
She told me that it would make more sense to sell it and split it than give it to my uncle.
Okay. And do you recall what day this was or how close in time to Lynn's death?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think it was still October of 2018 or beyond?
I think it was October, maybe early November.
Okay. Now, did there come a time, well, let me ask you this. Did Lynn ever tell you that you were a person who was granted access to her bank lockbox?
She wanted to give me access when I was a minor, and my mom didn't want me to have access to it just because she was worried about any, repercussions of that, just because I was was under 18. And honestly, she showed me where the lockbox key was, and I never really paid much attention to it after that.
Okay. Did there come a time where you had to sign some form with the bank that Lynn asked you to?
I don't know if I ever did sign that form, but if I did, I was probably fairly young.
Okay. But your mom, it sounds like, didn't want you to have a key of your own.
No, she didn't.
So if I'm understanding, Lynn told you where her lockbox key was kept?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in this little cabinet. It was behind a DVD box set, hanging up on this little hook.
Okay. So like a DVD cabinet, you said?
Yeah, it was like a cabinet. She had all this trinkety stuff. And
okay. And was the key sort of hidden behind DVDs, or was it just kind of?
Yeah, hidden? It was kind of hidden. I mean, you'd have to look for it.
Okay. If Lynn hadn't shown you where it was, would you have just seen it hanging there?
No, there's no way. Wouldn't even, and if I would have found it, I wouldn't have known what it was if she wouldn't have said anything. I just thought it was some key that, was for, a safe of, a bunch of paperwork that she'd, have sitting around from her parents' estate. Okay. I know she had a lot of paperwork from her parents' estate still laying around.
Did there come a time after Lynn died that you went looking for that key?
When Jessy had me come over, I asked about it because they noticed that the cabinet was open and it's kind of a mess. So I just said, where did you know about the safety? And she said that the safety deposit box was emptied months ago.
Okay, let's go through that a little more. So there came a time where you looked for that key?
I asked about it. I didn't really look for it, more so asked about it because I looked at the cabinet when you walked into the main living room, and I saw that the cabinet where the key was hanging was gone through.
Okay, the key was not there, or you couldn't tell?
There's no key there.
All right. So then you asked Jessy Kurczewski about that key?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said that the safety deposit box that Lynn had was, she went through that money months ago.
Okay. Why was it you were looking for that key?
That's what Lynn told me to look for. And I just asked about it. It wasn't something that I was real stressed about or anything like that. I figured Lynn needed it, and that was a good enough answer for me.
Okay. Did Lynn tell you why she wanted you to look for that key if something happened?
It would help me with my college or something like that if I had access to it, if something happened to her.
Okay. So was she telling you there was money in that lockbox?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about how much?
It differed from time to time. One time it was 10,000, another time it was 50,000.
Okay. And when you asked Jessy Kurczewski about that lockbox key, was that same sort of late October, early November timeframe?
No, that was probably fairly early. I was probably I think we came to Lynn's house that weekend, or maybe a couple days after she called me to let me know Lynn had passed.
Okay, so within a couple days of Lynn's death.
Yeah, I did ask about it.
Okay. And did you ever, either walking through Lynn's condo that day, or, well, let me back up. Did you ever go to the bank and go into that lockbox yourself?
I didn't even know what bank it was at.
Okay. So you never went to that lockbox?
No.
Did you ever, see a pile of cash at Lynn's condo that was sort of set aside for you?
Never.
Did you ever get, whether it was 10,000 or up to 50,000? Did you ever get that?
No.
So let's kind of jump ahead again to, you're sort of keeping in touch with Ms. Kurczewski about how the estate is going, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of updates you were getting?
I was just asking how, she said she's having a rummage sale. I know my mom offered to help. And when my mom offered to help, that was also insinuating I was going to help too. So I know that they had talked about, together if my mom could assist her in any way. She said she had it handled and that she was happy to take care of it. So I would just check in from time to time to see, how things were coming. And she said, oh, it's going fine. And then I'd check in around about the sale of the condo every once in a while. But that was like the year after. It was in 2019. I think I started asking about the condo just because I was curious to know what was going on.
Okay. So we're into 2019 with sort of these general updates.
Right.
All right. Any red flags or anything like that in these updates?
Early on, no, because I figured it was a lot of work. I mean, my parents had to go through my grandparents' estate, and I watched how long that took. So I just, early on, I was like, yeah, this is going to take some time. And honestly, if Jessy needs the time, give it to her. And then came to be like March of 2019. And that's when I started getting, I started thinking about like what had happened. And the estate, I think, was finally starting to close up. And I was starting to get things from what I believed was Lynn's attorney with, final account bills and stuff. And that's when I got a lot.
Stop you there for a second, because I'm going to show you Exhibit 76 when we talk about final account bills, as you said. All right, is that up on your screen, Exhibit 76?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what Exhibit 76 is?
Think so.
Okay, have you seen that before?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's bring that down for a second. What do you remember about sort of final accounts to Lynn's estate? You said in March of 2019, you started to get.
I just remember getting a final account with just a bunch of credit card bills and condo improvement like receipts. And it was just not like Lynn, because I knew Lynn didn't have a credit card. And it was just weird how she had all these debts that just didn't make any sense to me.
Okay. So sort of in March of 2019, now you're having some sort of red flags go up.
Right.
And when you say Lynn didn't have a credit card, how did you know that?
She told me. I mean, she said, I don't have any credit cards. I would go out to lunch. She'd pay with cash every time. I mean, I think we went to a thrift store and she paid with a check. And I remember literally looking at her going, who pays with checks?
Okay. Did you know for a fact that Lynn had no credit cards, or was it just that she didn't use them, or you didn't see her use them?
She had a Kohl's charge card and maybe a couple store cards that I knew of, but she would literally go into Kohl's and pay her charge card off by cash, which
okay. And while we're kind of on that subject, going back a little bit, when you talked about birthdays and Christmases and things like that, would Lynn get you gifts?
Yes.
What kind of gifts would you get from Lynn?
Early on, it was always really cool toys like Legos and Hot Wheels, and she always made me feel like, you know, I was her family. And as I got older, the gifts turned into, you know, GameStop gift cards. And I remember on a particular Christmas, you know, she gave me a $100 GameStop card, and I just remember going, wow, I didn't expect that at all. But that was probably like the biggest monetary gift I got from her. But it wasn't about that. I, you know, looked forward to her food and all of her other spoils, honestly.
Okay. So at least money wise, you can remember $100 gift card being sort of the most extravagant.
Yeah, and there might have been another $100 like gas card as I got, you know, my license. But you know, she was really happy when I got my license because I could go and visit her finally.
Okay. When you were going to college, did Lynn say, "Hey, I'll pay for your whole college"?
No, she never said that. There were times where she would offer me $50, $100 for gas for college, but I never took any of that from her just because it was uncomfortable. I mean, I was working at the time at a machine shop, and you know, I had an income. I didn't want to take any of her money.
Okay. Did she ever, without even asking you, just say, "Here's a check for $10,000, put it towards your tuition"?
Never.
So $100 at various times is the most you can remember her giving you?
Yes.
And again, you knew her your whole life.
Yes.
So going back to the estate, and it's starting to close up, you said, and you're getting these credit card debts on behalf of Lynn, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you remember when you had sort of these suspicions? Did you do anything about that?
I had talked to a couple of attorneys and just asked if this was something that I should look into. You know, told them how I felt about it, and they kind of dismissed it. And I figured, well, you know, Jessy supplied me with some receipts. I guess Lynn had a lot more credit card debt than I was ever aware of. And I, you know, bought the story just because I was dismissed from a couple of attorneys a few times.
Okay. And you said when you told them how you felt about it, they kind of dismissed you.
Yeah.
How did you feel about it?
I just felt like something was up, and I wanted it looked at more closely because I felt like the information I was getting from Jessy and Lisa Martinson was not true.
Okay. Do you have any legal training in your background?
No.
Do you have any detective or law enforcement training in your background?
No.
Do you have the resources, at least back in 2019, to investigate this further on your own?
Yes, I had a little bit of like money that I got that I put towards looking into it.
Okay, so you put up some of your money to hire somebody to look into it further.
Yes.
And was that those calls to attorneys or something different?
That, and I finally retained an attorney later on.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. As far as the receipts, you mentioned you got some receipts from Jessy Kurczewski.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did you get those?
I asked her for receipts when I got the final account statement from Lisa Martinson because Lisa Martinson wasn't providing me with really anything, any details. Correspondence was kind of weak. And I asked Jessy, I said, can we just talk about this? Do you have any receipts about it? And then a couple of days later, she sent me a big packet of receipts. Some of them looked to align with the final account. Some of them didn't. So we decided to meet up at a restaurant and talk about all of the receipts and how it reflected the final account statement.
Okay. So when you asked Jessy for these receipts, do you remember what time frame we're in? Are we still in March of 2019?
I think March to May. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Sometime spring of 2019.
Yeah.
All right. And was that a phone call or was that a face-to-face meeting where you asked her for receipts?
It was a phone call, and then we met face to face, I think within a week.
Okay. So on the phone, you say, hey, I'd really like to see some receipts.
I think a lot of this is leading.
Didn't have a question just yet, but I'll take that under advisement. Attorney Sitzberger, he's your witness. Avoid the leader.
Understood. What occurred in the phone call, just the phone call? Don't skip ahead a few days.
She said that there was no problem getting any receipts and that she'd get them to me in a couple of days.
All right. And you said that she did give you receipts.
Yes.
How did she get those to you?
She emailed them to me and then I downloaded them and printed them, I think.
Did you look through them?
Yes.
Did you have anything to compare the receipts to?
Yes, I had a final account statement that Lisa Mortensen provided to me also via email.
After looking through all the receipts, did you still have any suspicions?
I did, and that's when we met up to discuss that.
All right, so tell the jury about that meeting in person then.
We decided to meet at that Samori on Highway 100 to talk about the final account statement. I went through some of the receipts that didn't match the final account statement. She assured me that, on every single one, she assured me that this was, that Lynn had all this credit card debt and that, she had tried her best to sell everything, as fast as she could so that, she could get us something. The final account statement, like for the entire estate, was, I think, $26,000, which I thought was strange considering her house was $145,000. And it's hard to believe that she had that much debt. I talked to her for probably 2 to 3 hours and she kind of had me convinced that that was true and that she had racked up all this debt. So we settled, or what I believed was settled, the estate that day, and I signed a check for half.
Okay. And so eventually you got a check for half of, what did you say the total estate was at the end?
$26,000.
So you got roughly what?
$13,000.
Okay. Now you talked about these receipts. Can we bring up Exhibit 65, please? Is it up on your screen, sir?
Not yet.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Now it is.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 65, Mr. Poza?
Yes.
All right. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier, well, actually, before I do that, can you see how many pages along the right-hand column that document is?
52.
Okay. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier scroll through those pages briefly, can you let us know if you recognize what Exhibit 65 is?
I do.
All right. And to be fair, you said you do on page 8, I believe. You know what this whole exhibit is?
Yes.
What is it?
These were all the receipts that Jessy sent to me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 65 is received, permission to publish granted. When you get to a logical stopping point, we'll take our mid-morning break. So I'll let you tell us when that is.
This is conveniently a great spot.
Okay, then we'll take our mid-morning break. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, and we have our morning break. Are they going to go back and do some sidebar documentation?
It's freezing in here.
Maybe.
Thank you. Be seated. I just have 2 sidebars. You can step down. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thought I heard the second door. That was the first door. You can still step down. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do want to put 2 sidebars and my note on the record. First, the note. We had the officer on the stand, and I just wrote him a note that said, please refer to her as Jessy Kurczewski, not the defendant. He nodded his head when he got that. So that was obviously in relation to a prior motion in limine. And then prior to Ms. Sabaniak's testimony, I asked and called for a sidebar because I asked the defense if they would like me to give a limiting instruction or cautionary instruction since I anticipated Ms. Sabaniak would testify regarding time in custody with Ms. Kurczewski, and the defense indicated they would, and I just said similar to what I gave yesterday or whatever day that was, and they said yes, and then they asked about the note, and I told them, and there was a thank you. And then the other sidebar was during the testimony of Ms. Sabaniak, Attorney Kukler had raised a concern about whether the testimony was about a prior act that I disallowed. And in a nutshell, I was a little concerned. I wasn't sure based upon the testimony. It just started where she referenced about going to Cheetah, which obviously I know is the women's prison in Wisconsin. Attorney Nikolai indicated she was going to move on from that. I said, if for some reason it comes up again, I can strike testimony, but to lead the witness to avoid that. So I believe that puts everything on the record. Anything the state would want to add to that?
No, thank you.
How about the defense?
No, that's right.
All right, I think you might have a computer here. So we'll take our break. We'll give you all 15 minutes. If you need a little longer with the computer, just let me know. All right, thank you, everyone. We're in recess.
Okay, and we are back on our flag here. Okay, let's see. I had watched some stuff last night on the Judge Gall and the Delphi case, and the attorneys who were forced out by Judge Gall have appealed to the Indiana Supreme Court, and the Indiana Supreme Court has ruled that each side has until, I think, was it November 6th or November 9th? Let me see. I took a screenshot of it. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, let's. I don't know. Anyway, I think they had, it's like either the 6th or the 9th of November to submit motions or their briefs, I should say. And so, yeah, I don't know. It just looks really a bad look for Judge Gall, because she seemed rather biased, and you know, I don't know. I just I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in a court case where I think the judge is going to get removed. It's possible the judge may face sanctions, usually sanctions from the Bar Association, or anything from fine all the way up to disbarment. They might be disqualified for a period of time. It just seems really like she's biased. And let's see. Got an article here on bias or prejudice of a judge in something from Cornell Law School. And it says 28 USC Code Section 144 says whenever a party to any proceeding in a district court makes and files a timely and sufficient affidavit that a judge before whom the matter is pending has a personal bias or prejudice either against him or in favor of any adverse party, such judge shall proceed no further therein, but another judge shall be assigned to the hearing or hear such proceedings. The affidavit shall state the facts and the reasons for the beliefs of that bias or prejudice exists and shall be filed no less than 10 days before the beginning of the term at which the proceeding is to be heard, or good cause shall be shown for the failure to file within such time. Party may file only one such affidavit in any case. It shall be accompanied by a certificate of counsel of record stating that it is made in good faith. Okay, so it would be the 9th because yesterday was the 30th, so that would give them 10 full days. So that is the code on the section. So the matter is going to be up to the Indiana Supreme Court. The judge doesn't seem like she's going to recuse herself. Aowen says hi. So, you know, it's watch this space. It's really interesting. Don't count on a January trial date. If they have to get a new judge, it'll set things back. And one thing I've been looking for is to see whether Richard Allen filed or requested a speedy trial, or if he waived his request, because if the judge has to get reassigned and it sets it back months, that might be grounds for dismissal under the lack of speedy trial. Now, if the defense at any time requested any delay, that should waive the right to speedy trial. And I couldn't find in a Google search whether his counsel has done that or not. So I wish. Let me see. Let's try doing another search. Okay, it says the trial for Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen pushed back to October 2024. So let's read this. It's from the, it's posted on MSNBC. It says Carroll County, Indiana evidence legal filings and the removal of the original court-appointed defense team spelled another delay for the Delphi case. Attorneys for Richard Allen filed a motion for a continuance to delay the proceedings. The trial has been scheduled for January 2024. Richard Allen's new attorneys indicated that it would be impossible to meet the January trial date given the amount of discovery material they have to review. The state had no objection to the motion. According to the filing, Special Judge Fran Gohl, who earlier expressed skepticism at meeting the January date, pushed Allen's trial back a year, setting a date in October 2024. The trial is set to take place between October 15th and November 1st. So that's only a 2-week trial. Richard Allen charged with 2 counts of murder in the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German on the Monon High Bridge, appeared Tuesday with his new court-appointed attorneys, Robert Scremen and William Librato. Unlike the brief October 19th hearing, no cameras were allowed in the courtroom for Tuesday's proceedings. Tuesday's hearing marked 1 year to the day that Indiana State Police announced Allen's arrest in connection with the girl's death. Chaos has engulfed the case since September, when the attorney Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie filed a motion seeking a Franks hearing to challenge the search warrant. Such a hearing can be requested when the defendant believes investigators included a false statement knowingly, intentionally, or with reckless disregard of the truth in order to justify and obtain a search warrant. They accused Tony Liggett, the current Carroll County Sheriff, of misleading the judge and withholding certain information to get the warrant approved. Their memorandum in support of the Franks motion also outlined an alternative murder theory that the girls were killed in a, quote, ritualistic, close quote, fashion by adherents of a white supremacist cult called Odinism. Prosecutors Nick McLeland called the theory fanciful defense for social media to devour. He described the defense team's 136-page memorandum as colorful, dramatic, and highly unprofessional. And that's my assessment too, because of several things about it. I think it reads like it was something that was filed by written by a first semester law student or paralegal student, because it's just overly dramatic and inconsistent. Okay, filing touched off a flurry of legal maneuvers, with the defense alleging misconduct on the part of investigators. Allen's attorneys also asked if the court could set a November 1st deadline for all discovery for evidence to be turned over. But it was an evidence leak earlier in October that threw the case into complete disarray. A former employee of Baldwin's obtained evidence, including crime scene photos, and disseminated it to someone else. The evidence ended up on social media. The person to whom the photos were leaked or provided took his own life after the Indiana State Police questioned him about the leak. Ooh, I hadn't heard that. The defense team removed from the Delphi case plans to represent Richard Allen pro bono. that's one way they can force their way back into the case, because the judge has no control. The defendant has a right to counsel of their choice. If they're providing it for themselves, if it's provided by the state, they don't really get much choice in the matter. But let's see. The revelation led to call an October 19th hearing in Allen County. Cameras were allowed in the courtroom for proceedings, which were delayed by about 30 minutes. Goal announced an unexpected turn of events and revealed that Allen's attorneys had withdrawn from the case. In a later filing, Rosie disputed having withdrawn, setting off another legal back and forth that called for Goal's removal. Eventually, Allen submitted a filing with the Indiana Supreme Court, which set a November 9th deadline for materials to be submitted for review. Baldwin and Rosie were included among Allen's representation Tuesday, with court records indicating their status as pro bono in the case. It's a soap opera. Yes, I do feel very much for the families of the girls. That's a full year's delay because of this nonsense. If they're going to represent them pro bono, there's not much that the judge can do. So let's see. How long have we been on break? Should be any minute that we're coming back. So, let's take a look a little about the pro bono article. Okay, so anyway, there's so much controversy in the case. It really is a fiasco. So, let's see. Let's see, we've got an article that came down an hour ago saying Joran van der Sloot's transfer to Peru delayed after confession in Natalie Holloway's death. Joran van der Sloot, who confessed to Alabama teen Natalie Holloway and recently pleaded guilty to extortion and wire fraud in the U.S., was set to return to South American prison, but his plane was delayed according to multiple reports. Joran van der Sloot, 36, was scheduled to arrive in Peru Monday, but the transfer has been pushed back to Tuesday. Head of Interpol for Andean country, Colonel Aldo Avila, told the Associated Press. He is being sent back to the country where he will serve out the rest of his sentence after being convicted for the Peruvian woman there. She's like the daughter of the Attorney General or something. Van der Sloot, temporarily extradited to the United States, faced federal charges linked to Holloway's disappearance, was released from Shelby County Jail Monday, escorted by U.S. Marshals. His release, according to the outlet, took place just after midnight. North District, Alabama, U.S. Marshal Marty McKeely told the outlet Vandersloot was taken from the jail to the Birmingham International Airport, but the Peru-bound plane experienced some minor mechanical issue. Okay, so it's not some legal issue; it's mechanical. Somebody mentioned the name. I think I was watching Michelle After Dark, and they named him. And as I understood it from there, that it wasn't even at the lawyer's office where the material was taken, that he worked at a different building. And so that's one reason it sounds like the judge throwing the book at them and forcing them to quit, or whichever version you believe, was unjust, because it was from somewhere else, so didn't have control. I don't know. I expect we'll find out more about it. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
And Mr. Posa, you can come on back up on the witness stand. I forgot to pull up my exhibits from the box. All right, is there anything, we're back on the record, I should say, is there anything we need to address prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
Not from the state, thank you.
From the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Attorney Kukler, are you up and working, or?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. You have great staff. So I saw them walk in, so that's good to hear. All right, then, Madam Clerk, have the jury brought out, please. You guys okay on temperature? I think it's freezing in here, and I have this on, so.
I gave him a call
So-
right at the beginning. It feels great. Don't turn the heat.
We'll probably adjust it a little bit, because. Exactly. Because I got the robe, although I have sleeveless today underneath this. I got a sweater, but in any event. I'm just glad everyone got here safely. It was very slippery out this morning with no salt trucks. If you went over a bridge, trust me, I mean, my tires did that a couple times. Yeah. I slowed down after that.
It's today.
It's going to be cold, although I do recall trick or treat in the snow previously, so. Probably thinking it's the elevator. I know, it looks like a Ring doorbell. We will wait till that sound is gone as well. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, then, Attorney Sitzberger, when you are ready. I don't hear the doorbell sound anymore. Go ahead.
Thank you. If we could, Madam Clerk, please publish the 65 again.
Good thing I can do that.
Oh, there is no Madam Clerk. Thank you, Judge. And I'll just wait for the jury box to give me the thumbs up. Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Posa, when we took a break, we were talking about the receipts you had been given from Ms. Kurczewski. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, you said Exhibit 65 was those receipts, correct?
Yes.
All right. And 52-page document, correct?
Yes.
Is that the entirety of the receipts Ms. Kurczewski gave you?
Yes.
So we start with page 1. What did you understand that receipt to be?
This looked like a credit card payment for $4,397.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you to speak up or move closer to the microphone. It's a little hard to hear you.
All right.
All right. Could you just repeat what that was?
It looks like a credit card receipt for the amount of $4,397.
I apologize. The audio was not on.
Aha.
That is going to be much, much better.
All right. So now you can probably sit back. All right. So that's a receipt for a credit card.
Yes.
All right. And there's 2 notes on the bottom of page 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you read what's, as you look at it, on the left lower corner?
Yes.
And do you know what that note is?
Looks like a note somebody put on the receipt for a copy of the receipts I requested.
Okay. Was that note on the receipt when you got it from Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. What's that one to the right?
That looks like that was when somebody paid over the phone. Looks like 11/10 of 2018.
All right. And so that 11/10/18, was that just handwritten on the receipt, or was there something like attached to the front of the receipt she gave you?
Judge, don't object to leading.
Sustained.
All right. How was that note pertaining to 11/10/18 put on page 1?
It was just a sticky note attached to a receipt, and then she put it in a photocopier and uploaded it that way.
And when you say she did that, who are you referring to?
I would assume Jessy.
Okay. Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to page 2 of Exhibit 65, please? Thank you. And this is another receipt that was in the packet?
Yes.
What did you understand this to be?
This was a receipt for $14,621.56.
And to who?
To Wells Fargo. And then with the post-it note, it looks like it was paid 10/31 of 2018, and it was mailed in. And
I object to speculation as to when it was paid or mailed in.
The document can speak for itself unless he has personal knowledge, so sustained.
Sir, that handwritten note on the bottom right corner, did you write that?
No.
Was that on the receipt when you got it?
Yes.
All right. And you got that from who again?
Jessy.
Okay. Can we go to page 3, please? And what did you understand page 3 to be?
I thought that this was a bill for a cleaning service for her condo.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on there?
No.
That's how you received it?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to page 4, please? What did you believe this to be?
An AT&T phone bill?
And again, there's some handwritten notations on there, correct?
Correct.
Did you make those?
No.
Can we go to page 5, please? What did you understand this to be, sir?
A receipt for painting the condo?
All right. And again, the handwritten notes on it, did you make those?
No.
Page 6, please. What are we looking at here, Mr. Posa?
Looks like a Tri-City Bank withdrawal for $2,700 some.
Okay. And again, there's a handwritten note.
Yes.
Did you make that?
No.
Is that the state you received this invoice or receipt from Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. Page 7, please. What are we looking at here?
Looks like what I believe to be an email confirmation of a receipt for Capital One credit card.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on?
I did not.
Page 8, please. What are we looking at here?
Another It looks like an invoice sent to an email for the amount of $13,663. A credit card is what I would assume.
Okay, and again, you didn't know Lynn to be a credit card user at all, correct?
No,
Did this amount surprise you?
absolutely.
Again, the handwritten notes on it, did you make any of those?
No.
Page 9, please. What is that?
This looks like a second page of the last document.
Okay, page 10, please. Page 9 and 10 the same? Are page 9 and 10 the same, Mr. Posa?
And can you go back one more time? Yeah, they both look like they're the second page of the previous email receipts.
Okay, let's skip ahead to 11 then. What are we looking at in page 11?
It looks like a photocopy of a check that was paid to the order of Chase Bank in the amount of $16,782.
Okay, again, the handwritten notes on the bottom, did you make those?
No.
All right, page 12, please. What is this document?
It's like another Tri-City National Bank withdrawal for $96 and some change.
Again, there's some handwritten notes.
Yeah.
Did you make any of those?
No.
All right, page 13, please.
Judge, I think all these documents speak for themselves.
Is there an objection?
No, I mean, a lot of it has hearsay and they speak for themselves.
I've already received it, so what grounds do you have for me to not continue publishing it?
I withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Posa. What are we looking at here?
This looks like a emailed receipt in the amount of $1,816.24 to Pro Healthcare Business Office. Looks like a medical bill.
Okay. And Mr. Posa, fair to say, if there's any handwritten notes on any of these 52 pages, did you make them?
No.
Are all these 52 pages in the state, you received them from Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Volkner, if you could just sort of slowly page through the rest of the 52 exhibits. Okay, thank you. We can take exhibit 65 now. Mr. Posa, you said earlier that you signed off on the estate being closed and you got paid half of the estate, correct?
Yes.
You remember approximately what time that was?
Between March and May of 2019.
Okay. Did you have any reservations about signing off on the estate?
I did, but at the time I really didn't think there was much I could argue. And I honestly wasn't as worried about money. I just, it wasn't bringing back my friend.
Did there come a time after the estate was closed, let's just say, that you brought those 52 pages of receipts to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I was asked by the detectives that came to my house to interview me to bring whatever correspondence I had with Jessy Kurczewski.
you recall what time frame you were asked to bring those documents?
I thought it was like July of 2019.
Did there come a time that you learned that many of those 52 pages were fraudulent?
Yes, later on.
Did that prompt you to take any action?
I retained an attorney,
Okay, who was that attorney?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay. And if we could put up Exhibit 82 for the witness, please. Now, you said earlier that you felt dismissed from some attorneys, correct?
Yes.
Was that true of Attorney Taylor?
No.
And in fact, is Attorney Taylor still your attorney?
As of now, yes.
Did she help you take any action in the estate case of Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
What action was that?
To remove Jessy Kurczewski as personal representative.
Can you see Exhibit 82 on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that exhibit is? Just first off, do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, what is it, sir?
It's the petition to remove Jessy and reinstate me as personal representative on the estate.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy of the petition you and Attorney Taylor filed?
Yes.
All right, I move Exhibit 82 into evidence, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 82 is received.
And Mr. Posa, as you look at Exhibit 82, in the upper right corner, is there a date that shows when that document was filed with the court?
8/23 of 2019.
Okay, August 23rd of 19.
Yes.
All right. And are you aware whether the court ever ruled on that petition to remove Ms. Kurczewski as the personal representative?
Yes.
And what was the decision?
They removed Jessy Kurczewski as personal representative.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 220. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you know what Exhibit 220 is?
It's the order to remove and replace the personal representative on Lynn's estate.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the court's order?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move Exhibit 220 into evidence.
Objection.
Exhibit 220 is received.
And so what did that court order effectively do?
Allowed me to have some more visibility on what was going on in terms of the estate. As far as I knew, there was no financial gain out of it. It was just to make sure that the estate was secured in case anything would be returned.
Okay. At its simplest form, it removed Ms. Kurczewski as the PR?
Yes.
Who became the personal representative?
Me.
Okay. And what is the date that document from the court was filed?
10/23 of 2019.
October 23rd of 2019?
Correct.
All right. Did you, after you were made the personal representative of Lynn's estate now in October of 2019, did you become aware of any additional wills being filed?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Jessy was sending me updated wills from Teachita Correctional Institute via mail.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 83, please. On your screen.
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's what Jessy sent me as the updated will and testament of Lynn Hernan.
And if you know, did she also file that same document with the court?
Yes.
And what do you understand that document to be?
Looks like a handwritten will that was filed after I was put as personal representative.
In that updated will that was filed, are you still a beneficiary of Ms. Hernan's estate?
No.
Does it say?
I don't believe it says on this page.
Does it say whether you still are a beneficiary?
No.
It doesn't say, or you're not?
It doesn't say that I am.
Okay. And is that the same will that was filed originally in October of 2018?
No.
And when was the date on that document that says when it was filed with the court?
November 4th, 2019.
That would have been after you were named the personal representative, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Poza, what's the status of the probate case with Ms. Hernan's estate?
Still open.
And you started talking about possible financial gain, something like that in one of your answers recently. Do you stand to gain anything financially out of this?
Absolutely not.
Are you interested in the money if you did stand to gain anything?
No.
What is your concern in all of this?
Justice for Lynn.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Cross.
That last few questions you were given by the prosecutor, you do stand to gain in this case. If you win the case, you get restitution, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
The prosecutor hasn't listed you as a victim in this case?
I'm listed as a victim, but according to the prosecution, there's nothing to gain from this.
But you could file a lawsuit if you win
Against who?
against the estate, against Jessy.
There's nothing to gain. Just spent all the money.
As far as you know, there's nothing to gain.
As far as prosecution has told me, yes.
And so the estate is still open, correct?
Correct.
And technically, none of this property is yours because the estate's not closed.
Correct.
So as regards to count 3, you don't own any of this property, correct?
There's no property to own.
What I'm saying is in October 2nd, 2018, the property belonged to Lynn, correct?
Correct.
In October 4th, the day after death, the property still did belong to Lynn or the estate. It didn't belong to you, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he's the victim listed in count 3, so he should know.
Sustained.
So again,
And let me say, you can ask him what his understanding is, but it does call for a legal conclusion.
as I asked you before, you don't own any of this property, correct?
No.
And as far as your recollection with Lynn and credit cards, you said she never had credit cards, correct?
She never had a credit card.
She always paid everything in cash.
Absolutely.
So every time she went to the Walgreens or any store, she always paid in cash?
Or check.
And you know that for a fact?
Anytime I was with her, it was always cash or check.
Well, let's talk about that. In 2017, or strike that, in 2016, how many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
Maybe twice. In 2016.
So out of 365 days in the year, you went twice, correct?
Yeah.
How did Lynn feed herself for the other 363 days?
I assume she would drive herself to the grocery store and get groceries and feed herself.
You pay with a check every time?
Pay with cash. Check, cash. Yeah.
But you don't know that for a fact.
No.
How about you, 2017? How many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
I probably went up to half a dozen times.
6?
Yeah.
And what stores did you go?
Walgreens. I'm not sure if that was a public market or a pick and save on Capitol. Go there a couple times.
Where were these stores that you would go to?
On Capitol Drive.
And it's your knowledge that every time she paid with cash?
Yes.
Or check?
Anytime I was with her, yes.
Up to 2018, how many times did you go to the store with her?
Probably 4 times.
When was the last time you went to the store with her in 2018?
I don't recall the time period.
What store did you go to?
Walgreens.
The one on Capitol Drive again?
Yes.
Was it in the wintertime, summertime?
I recall it was like early spring.
Do you remember what she bought?
Some prescriptions and some holiday junk from the holiday aisle. She liked sales.
So it's safe to say Lynn always kept a lot of cash on hand.
Wouldn't say a lot.
Well, she was always paying in cash, correct?
Yeah, but she never had a ton of cash on her person.
You know that for a fact?
I mean, I was young, and of course I'd look at what she had when she opened up her wallet. It was usually under $200.
So every time she opened up her wallet, you would look inside.
Not every time, but on occasion.
Do you know that she liked jewelry, correct?
Yes.
And she bought a lot of jewelry, correct?
She bought a lot of costume jewelry, and after her parents passed away, she decided to invest in some bigger pieces that were real gold. Yes, she loved jewelry.
She bought expensive jewelry, correct?
The last year of her life.
Correct. And she, in your opinion, she's paid it with cash?
Yeah.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah. Or a check.
I'm showing you what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit number 595. Could you? Correct, that's Exhibit 595. Can you see that exhibit on your screen?
Yes.
And it's, what's the heading on the exhibit?
JP Morgan Chase.
And I'm now on page 4 of that exhibit. What does it say? What's that exhibit say?
It looks like it's a balance of $64.42 on what appears to be Lynn A. Hernan's name.
It seems to be a credit card account, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Judge, I'm going to object to any lack of foundation or authentication at this point.
Sustained.
So I'd ask that the exhibit be taken down from the witness.
I agree. If you can establish the foundation that he's seen these.
Have you ever
He
seen
knows
that?
what they are.
Well, you've been sitting in court throughout this trial, correct?
Yes.
You've been sitting here and back, correct?
Yes.
And you've been watching everything, correct?
Yep.
And you heard testimony that Lynn had credit cards, correct?
I don't recall Lynn ever having a credit card. I don't recall any testimony saying she had a credit card.
Well, you heard that when she went to the hospital in September 15, 2018, when they checked her and she had credit cards.
Don't recall.
You indicated that you never went to the BMO Harris Bank?
I never did. And if I did, I was a minor when I did, and I don't recall.
So you could have gone to the BMO Harris Bank?
As a minor, maybe, but I don't, like I said, I never remembered even what bank it was until somebody reminded me of it.
Do you recall whether or not that bank was in Waukee or Waukesha?
I have no recollection of that.
So when you were in college between 2016 and 2017 at UW Waukesha, you would go visit Lynn, correct?
Yes, for lunch.
You never went there much in 2018 because you were going to UWM?
Yeah, I transferred to UWM, and I probably, I'd see her a little bit less in 2018, but then the summer of 2018, I saw her a little bit more frequent. We went out for St. Patrick's Day, and we did a few things in 2018.
When did you transfer to UWM?
I think it was winter of, I don't remember, because they're all in the same school system.
So in 2018, January, you were going to UWM, correct?
Correct. I think that was my first semester there.
And because of that, you couldn't visit Lynn or stop in on her anymore, correct?
Not as frequent, no. It was UWM's on the north side of Milwaukee, and Milwaukee's 40-minute drive, opposite direction of where I live.
There was prior testimony about Lynn moving into that condo. Did you help her move?
No.
Did Lynn tell you she was moving into that condo?
Yes.
But you didn't help her move?
I helped her take some stuff back from Madison with my mom.
But moving into the condo, you didn't help her, correct?
Just a couple pieces of furniture from our car into her condo. I guess if that consists of helping is moving, that's what I did. But no.
After Lynn passed on October 3rd, 2018, you and your mom went to the condo of Miss Hernan, correct?
Not on October 3rd, 2018, no.
After she passed, or a couple days afterwards.
After, but we had no intention on going. We got invited from Jessy.
You didn't want to go to the condo?
Not right away. I was still in shock.
Did your mom want to go to the condo?
No.
But Jessy invited you out to the condo.
Yes.
And do you recall how much time had passed when you went to the condo?
I don't recall. It was a couple days.
And you and your mom went together, correct?
Yes.
And Jessy invited you into the condo, correct?
Yes.
And you got to look around the condo and grab take items if you wanted them.
She offered whatever I wanted. She, as long as I showed it to her, I could take it.
And your mom had testified earlier that you guys had spent a couple hours there looking around.
Yeah, I've been talking with Jessy, trying to figure out what had happened and put the pieces together for ourselves. Because we just lost our friend.
Right, but you got to look around the condo, correct?
Yes.
You got to look around the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
The bathroom,
Yeah.
Lynn's bedroom.
That wasn't uncommon.
I'm not saying it is, but I just you got to look around the garage.
Yeah.
And Jessy said, take whatever you want.
Yeah.
And isn't it true, you told detectives that when you were doing this, you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around?
I don't recall.
Judge, I'm going to bring up exhibit number 9596. Would that be right?
I'm sorry, we just don't have a copy. If I could just see a copy of what it is first, please.
Yes, Mrs. 3 poses recorded interview with detectives.
So it's 596, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
I presume the state has its own copy.
I do, thank you.
All right.
I told you that.
Can you lay a foundation for that with this witness?
Well, you met with detectives in this case, correct?
First time I met with detectives in this case was July of 2019,
And you met with detectives several times, correct?
after July of 2019.
Correct. And the first time you said you met with them was July of 2019. Do you know where that occurred?
They met me at my house.
And were you the only person there?
No, I think my dad was there.
And they wanted to speak to you. Did they want to speak to you about something?
Pretty urgently.
What did they want to speak to you about?
The death of Lynn Hernan.
And you agreed to talk with them, correct?
Yes.
And you remember how long the conversation took?
I don't recall. I feel like they were there for maybe 2 hours.
And did they tell you they were recording your statement?
I do recall that they said they were recording it.
Did the prosecutors at all, prior to testimony, did they play that recording for you?
No, they did not.
Do you remember taking a conversation or call from me while this case was pending?
You may have called once.
Correct. I want to talk to you about this case, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you if you would be willing to speak with me, correct?
I was willing to speak with you. You never followed up.
But I did ask you, do you want to listen to your recording that you gave, and you said no. Remember that?
Yes.
Again, I asked you again whether or not when you went to Lynn Hernan's house shortly after her death, and Jessy said, take whatever you want. I can't remember if you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around, correct?
I don't remember.
I'm playing you again. It states defense exhibit number 596, starting at 8:35, ending at 9.
Go ahead.
You were there. Did you ever see lots of medications around?
No, not until she passed away. That was the weird thing, is when I walked in there after she had passed away, Jessy said, she was going through the house and she talked to me, and I kind of was looking around and I saw a lot of prescription bottles, but I wasn't like.
Recall telling the detectives that?
I do.
And during that same time, while you were at the house, do you recall Jessy telling you that she found some letters and notes from Lynn Hernan that kind of were on the borderline of being suicide letters?
Objection calls for hearsay. I'd ask to strike the question.
The objection is sustained. The question is struck. Jury will disregard it.
Did you at all see any kind of documents there at the scene that were written by Lynn?
I was shown some documents that were handed to me by Jessy.
And do you recall what those documents were? Did you take a look at them?
Yeah, some handwritten letters that were on loose leaf pieces of paper.
And do you recall what they were referring to?
It looked like they were referring to Lynn. It looked like Lynn had written them. But I honestly didn't pay too much attention to them.
Did you kind of glimpse at the subject matter on these letters and notes?
Yes.
What was the subject matter?
That she just was unhappy the last couple months.
And did it appear to be in Lynn Hernan's handwriting?
No.
And these letters that you found on the scene, this was a couple days after Lynn's passing?
Didn't find them. I was given them.
Correct. But this was just a couple days after Lynn's passing, correct?
Correct.
Did they appear to be copies of letters or originals?
They look like originals.
How close did you look at these letters?
Glanced over them. I'll be honest, when she handed them to me, I was still pretty distraught over the whole thing. And much of that day, it's foggy.
Do you recall how many pages of?
She might have handed me a couple loose leaf pieces of paper to read.
1, 2, 15, 20, 25?
I don't recall. I don't think it was 15. No, maybe 3, 4.
And you got to read, you read every sentence of each
I
letter?
glanced over them and I got the subject matter and didn't read too deep into them.
And based upon your reading of the letters, it sounded like Lynn was depressed?
Yes.
Do you know, when you walked in on this days after Lynn's passing, did you see a recliner there?
Yeah.
Was that the chair that Lynn usually sat in?
Yeah.
And did you see any documents that were around the recliner?
Yeah, that was, she had all these documents around the recliner, which was off because she usually had them in a lockbox next to her bed.
But when you were there, you saw them around the recliner, correct?
Yes.
And, but normally, as far as you know, she kept them in her bedroom?
Yes.
Because she would allow you in her bedroom, correct, to look around?
I was allowed anywhere. I played with her cats and they usually run into her bedroom.
With the cats, were the cats still there when you went to the condo after her passing?
I don't remember seeing the cats.
So as far as you know, the cats were gone.
I think Jessy said her mother was taking care of them, but she needed to find a disposition for both of them.
Is it safe to say that Lynn was super careful with her money?
Yes.
I mean, if a quarter was missing, she would know it.
I don't know about a quarter, but she was careful with her money.
So if something was missing out of her bank account, she would know it, correct? Because she was careful.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But again, as far as you know, she was careful with her money, correct?
Yes.
Just for testimony that Lynn, because you knew her well, correct?
Yeah.
That Lynn was very sick the latter part of 2018 and she would not want to come out of her house anymore. Is that true?
4 weeks before she passed away, she was out and about with me and my uncle.
And that was in August, right? Or July of 2018,
It was
correct?
August, late August.
And you indicated she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She was bringing it up and she brought up the bracelet because that was the first time I ever saw that thing.
But she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She tried to bring it up, but I don't recall the exact conversation.
Because Lynn would always talk to you about her will, correct?
She would always try to bring it up.
In fact, you had original copies of some of her wills, correct? Written copies, correct?
I don't recall if they're the ones that Jessy gave me or if they were ones I had before, but I did have some wills.
And there were written wills apparently from Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's department?
Provided anything that I had with Lynn Hernan to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department.
And you think those might have been the wills that Jessy had?
It's possible. I don't recall where they originated from.
So they went from Jesse's hands to your hands, correct?
Yes.
And you and your mom appear to be very close. Is that true?
We're close.
And because your mom testified that you still live with her. Is that true?
I do.
You must talk about everything in your life with her.
That's not true.
No?
No, it's my mom.
But you would talk about Lynn Herman with your mom, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you went to visit Lynn, you would talk about it, correct?
Well, yeah.
If you saw anything regarding Lynn in her papers, you would talk to her about it, correct?
Not so much.
Well, this receipts that you got from Jessy allegedly, did you talk to your mom about it?
Yes.
So everything regarding the estate, you talked to your mom about it, correct?
Yes, because she worked for financial.
Right, so you both discussed the receipts and the estate, correct?
Yes.
So when you signed that exhibit,
You too.
exhibit number 69, which discussed the waiver and consent form, correct? Remember talking about that with the prosecutor?
Yes.
That was presented to you by Lisa Martinson, Jesse's attorney, correct?
Lynn's attorney.
So you thought Lisa Martinson was Lynn's attorney,
Yes.
which is state, correct?
Yes.
So she handed you that paper to sign, correct?
I think she emailed it to me.
But it wasn't Jesse that gave it to you, it was the attorney, correct?
The attorney gave it to me, and then Jesse proceeded to ask when I was going to sign it.
Right, but it was the attorney that gave it to you, part of the estate, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified on direct regarding this bracelet that Jesse had sold. She discussed that with you, correct?
She discussed it, but she didn't really give me an option or a choice in the matter.
So, but she did discuss it with you, correct?
Yeah, she was a personal representative. She discussed it with me.
It wasn't like she was doing something without discussing it with you, correct?
In that particular instance, correct.
Because you would say you and Jesse communicated a lot, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
You talk frequently, correct, about the estate, correct?
Yeah, we would talk, catch up every couple weeks, maybe a couple months on it. Yeah.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying my best. And again, regarding this money, you said Lynn would tell you that she put some money in the lockbox and she every time she spoke with you, she'd have a different amount, correct?
I think back in like 2016, she spoke the amount of somewhere between 10 and 20,000. And then as it got closer to 2018, became, she said, I have, $50,000 cash in that. And as far as I know, it didn't change. But again, I never pried into these issues. This isn't something that I was all that interested in.
But you don't know for a fact that she actually had any money in lockbox, do you?
No.
I mean, she didn't take you to the bank and say, see this lockbox? It's full of money, correct?
She wanted me to, but I never went with her.
But when she passed, you went back you wanted to get that money, correct? She told you to get that money, correct?
I was curious as to where the whereabouts of it was.
Right, you wanted to get whatever money was in that lockbox for yourself, correct?
No, I would assume it needed to be split in the estate.
When did you have that thought, that you thought it should be split? You didn't know anything about estates.
Because she was a personal representative, and according to the original will, everything was supposed to be split down the middle.
When did you see the original will?
When I came to the property after Jessy invited me and my mom to go.
When was that?
A couple days after Lynn had passed.
So you saw the will?
I saw a will.
When you went into Lynn's condo with your mom, you guys were looking around for the money, correct?
No.
Because your mom had told you that Lynn had taken the money out of the lockbox, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall your mom telling you that Lynn told her that she took the money out of the lockbox?
No, it was nothing that was ever important to me.
And that's why you were looking so hard in that condo, because you were looking for that money, correct?
No.
That's asked and answered and misstates his testimony.
His answer may stand since he answered it. Please move on.
I mean, you heard testimony today where that vehicle that Lynn promised you, she also promised to Jennifer Flower, correct?
I don't ever recall her telling me it was promised to Jennifer Flower, considering I picked out the vehicle with her.
Right, but she had told you that she was going to give it to you, but you saw a document where she was going to give it to Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yeah.
And you said that Lynn would buy you gifts like cards, gift cards, correct?
Just for holidays.
Plus she would give you cash too?
There's never cash. I do recall on one occasion she might have put $50 in like a birthday card, I think when I was 18 years old.
Do you ever remember seeing any kind of checks from Lynn as a gift?
No, it was always gift cards.
If I showed you a check that has your name on it and your signature for $200 on July 22nd, 2016, would that refresh your memory?
Could have been a Christmas gift.
If I showed you this check, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
'97. You may. State, saw that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
You take a look at it. Look at it real close.
Just so the record's clear, the witness has been shown what's been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yeah, and the memo's there too, so it's fine. I remember.
Did you look at the exhibit?
Yep.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what, do you remember getting a check from Lynn on July 22nd, 2016, on or about for $200?
Yep, that was for my high school graduation.
Are you offering that?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Did the prosecutors ever share documents that they had received in this case with you?
Sustained. Right.
You reviewed this case with prosecutors, correct?
Parts of it.
Did do you recall seeing a document that was authored by Lynn at the BMO Harris Bank that talked about division of property?
Do you understand the question?
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall seeing a document that Lynn had authored at the BMO Harris Bank on or about January 2016, where she divided her property?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked Exhibit 598. Could you just glance through this document and see if it refreshes your memory? I've never seen it before.
This appears to be a document that Jesse handed to me in October of 2018. I do recognize this document.
And the document does contain Lynn Herndon's name on it, correct?
Yes.
And the notary stamp of Allison Palmerian, an employee at the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
I mean, anybody can be a notary.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
And it seems to talk about Lynn dividing her property, correct?
Appears that way.
And it has property given to Corrine Lang. Do you know who that is?
That's my mom. It's a maiden name, which is strange that she would use her maiden name when my mom's been married for 27 years.
And Diane Lang, correct?
Yes, it's my aunt.
And Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yes,
And Jim Kelleher, correct?
yes,
And Keith Lang.
yes.
And with those individuals, it also has Jessy Kurczewski on here, correct?
Correct.
But the letter for each of the individuals, or the document seems to indicate what Lynn wants done with her personal property, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Again, the document again suggests that Lynn wants Jennifer Flower to get the vehicle, correct?
That's what that document says.
I mean, each page of this document is notarized by Allison Pamaran, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what that means when somebody notarizes a document?
Objection calls for speculation and relevance.
Overruled, the way that was questioned was fine. You may answer.
Can you re-ask the question?
Do you know what that means when somebody notarizes a document?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means somebody watched, read, and confirmed that that document is valid.
Your name's not on this document, correct?
I don't think so.
And Lynn wrote this apparently January 14, 2016.
Apparently.
Do you know who Cole Kostreva is?
Yes, I do.
Last name spelled for the reporter Kostreva. Who's that? Because he's listed on here.
It's Lori Kostreva's son. He's one of my best friends.
Because I realized on this document that she mentions him and she has you in parentheses. She does list you in parentheses. Is that true?
Yes,
She had Kostreva on one of her wills at one time, didn't she?
she did.
And that was in around 2016, correct?
I think she had that will prior to 2016, but in 2016, I think she removed Cole Kostreva from the will because Lori Kostreva and Lynn had a small falling out. They'd been friends for a long time and they were upset at each other. I don't really remember what the reasoning was.
Right, Lynn Hernan talked to you about that crap, why she was taking him off the will, correct?
Yeah, she talked to me about it, and there was another uncomfortable conversation way back when.
And that's the way Lynn was, correct? Somebody pissed her off, she'd take him off the will.
Wouldn't say that.
What? Well, she took Cole Kostreva off her will.
Cole is still listed on that.
On the present will?
That's what it looks like.
No, this is just the BMO Harris document. This is not the will. This is not a will.
Okay.
You know, Jack, is there a question there?
Sustained, the jury will disregard any statements by Attorney Galaviz. He cannot testify.
You want to see the document again?
No, it's you said it's from BMO Harris. I've seen it.
Well, my point was that she had Cole on the will and she took him off, correct?
Correct.
And she took him off because she something pissed her off about him, correct?
I just don't think she had seen Cole that much in the past couple of years due to her parents falling out, and he was a minor, and so was I. So he didn't have a chance to foster or continue fostering a relationship with Lynn.
So Cole was taken off the will because he wasn't keeping in contact, or he wasn't seeing her enough, correct?
Objection, asked and answered, and speculation.
Sustained.
And in 2018, you weren't visiting Lynn as much as you were in 2017 and 2016, correct?
No, we were doing more things though in 2018 together outside of her condo.
You said you only saw her 2 or 3 times the whole year.
In 2018?
Correct.
That is correct, but it was St. Patrick's Day. I think me and my mom went over there one time in the summer. We talked a lot that summer, and then in August, I got together with her and my uncle.
I mean, when she was in the hospital in September of 2018, you didn't go visit her, did you?
I didn't know she was there because my mom was in the hospital.
They were in the same hospital, correct?
Yes,
But Lynn didn't try to call you. Did you have a cell phone?
I believe at the time I did.
I mean, Lynn didn't call you on your cell phone and say, I'm here at the hospital, come and visit me, correct?
No.
I mean, you never took Lynn, or bought Lynn's groceries, did you?
I never bought groceries for her, but I went to the grocery store with her on occasion.
But you didn't personally go take groceries to her, correct?
No, I was in college, didn't have any money.
I mean, you didn't take her to her doctor's appointments, did you?
Never did.
When she was sick at her condo, you didn't go take care of her, did you?
I offered. She said she had help.
But you didn't go, did you?
No, I just called her.
Did you go visit her when she was sick?
Offered.
Did you go visit her when
I
she
did
was
not.
You indicated that your Uncle Keith spoke to her a lot?
Every day.
So there should be calls from Keith to Lynn's phone at her condo, correct?
Either that or a cell phone, although she used her landline a lot.
So there should be, so Keith called her every day, starting when?
They've been longtime friends for 30 plus years. I guess I can't testify to say it was every day, but it was multiple times a week.
Starting when?
30 years ago.
So for 30 years, he's been calling her multiple times a week.
Yes.
So why wasn't Keith aware that she was in the hospital?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Sustained.
And you-
Move to strike the question. It assumes facts, not evidence.
I sustained the question and jurors to disregard it. I should say I sustained the objection, juries to disregard the question.
So you're pretty close with Keith Lang?
Yes,
Again, he's your uncle, correct?
he's my uncle.
You keep in contact with him every day?
Multiple times a week. He lives right up the road.
So every time he would call Lynn, you were present?
Not every time, but a lot.
So when So on exhibit number 598 that we were just talking about, the BMO Harris document, when Lynn writes Keith Lang, glass butter dish in courier cabinet next to fireplace, he knows he already received personal gift early. What is personal gift did Lynn give him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained as to the form of the question and foundation.
Did Keith ever talk about the personal gift that Lynn gave him?
As far as I'm aware, Keith didn't receive any personal gift from Lynn Hernan.
But that's what the document states, correct?
That's what it states.
It further goes Richland Center pictures, parentheses glass, all restaurants / bars. Apparently the pictures of restaurant bars, which was a dry county when grandma were alive. Do you know what she was referring to?
I think there were old pictures of a bar that was in I don't remember what state, and it was during like the Prohibition era, and it was just like a kind of like a cool old outlaw picture. But I don't remember exactly what it was.
But that's what she was referring to in this document, correct?
Yes.
So Lynn would revise what people would get, correct?
I was unaware of revisions, but it appeared that way on the documents, correct?
That's the way Lynn was, right? I mean, you're aware, I mean, she told you that when she passed away, she didn't want the estate to get anything. She wanted all her money or belongings to go to somebody, correct?
That is correct.
That was very important to her, correct? That when she passed away, she wanted her money and all her property to go to certain individuals and not the estate. Not the government, correct?
Objection calls for hearsay.
If you know, you may answer.
All I can remember is she was worried about other entities taking from her estate in the event that something would happen to her. Whether that was governmental or not, I'm unsure.
And on page 2 of exhibit number 598, it states, I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body on this date, January 16, 2016, if any of the following people listed below, survive me, are to be given personal items under their names if property is still available to do such. Lynn Hernan. Does that sound like her?
Yes.
And again, on this document, she doesn't leave you anything.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Again, I'll state it again, Judge. Again, in Exhibit 598, the BMO Harris document, she doesn't leave you anything.
It's what that document appears to say.
Judge, I think we've talked enough about exhibit number 598 that I move it into evidence.
No objection.
Was that 8 or 7?
Exhibit 598 is received. Make sure Madam Clerk gets a copy of that.
That's it. You published, Judge?
No objection.
Oh, that's not-
Permission to publish granted.
Can you? I'm just looking at the screen, correct?
Correct. It's not up.
Okay.
It's in front of the witness of the court and the parties. $598.
Madam Clerk, do we have an Elmo available possibly? An Elmo available?
We have a document camera.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Jurors, you can stand, you can stretch. We'll Get the, by any chance the state have that document handy?
I might have to see the hard copy again. I can try my best to pull it up.
Right, you have a different number on that, so that needs to be, you can stand. Attorney Gallivan, email that document to Madam Clerk. I should be able to rotate it and display it. Oh, darn it, sorry.
Because we've located it. That we could publish it for the defense, I think.
Do you have it pre-marked as an exhibit? Okay, all right, great. In the meantime, email that to Madam Clerk and she can add it into the record. So switch to the state, we'll make sure. Have a seat then, please, and then we should be able to continue.
For Attorney Nicolai, work with Mr. Vulcanier on where that is located in our file.
Understood. You can email that to Madam Clerk. She can affix it through the exhibit Q with a sticker 598 and we'll be good to go. Have you switched?
I have it on the paper laptop.
All right.
Switching laptops briefly.
Appreciate you looking for it. When you get that.
Leave that out, Madam Clerk.
Hold on. Just confirm, Attorney Gallivan, that's the same document you had marked as 598.
Yes, ma'am.
Just be mindful of the headings. If there's any exhibits that have not been received, they should not be on that.
Mr. Post, could you see that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
And that's the first page of the exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And it starts at the beginning, obituary to be put in Madison was WI newspaper, Waukesha Freeman, prepared, notarized January 16, 2016, Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And under Freeman, for some reason, she had written the word Sunday paper, correct?
Yes.
And it states Lynn Hernan, loving daughter to Bob and Lorraine. Hernan, deceased. You know who Bob and Lorraine are?
Robert and Lorraine are her father and mother.
And in 2016, were they deceased?
They both were deceased, I think, in 2016.
And it says passed away, and then there's a several, like 2-3 lines in a comma, correct?
Correct.
Born June 26, 1956. Is that her birthday?
That's Lynn's birthday?
Correct. Is that Lynn's birthday?
Yes.
And it says Lynn lived more life in her first 40 years than most people do in a lifetime. Due to being surrounded by the same life lifelong friends after leaving Madison, graduating class of 1974, Lafayette High School. Does that sound, do you know where Lynn graduated from?
I don't recall.
Do you know that 1974 seemed correct?
Seems about right.
I mean, me and Lynn are the same age, and I graduated in 1974.
I'm gonna object. Is that a question or outside the realm of this witness's knowledge?
Sustained. Jury will disregard that last comment.
It says followed her passion to be a salon owner, hairstylist. If you knew Lynn, her other passions, without a doubt, were the sun, water, entertaining, and cooking. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yep.
But most of all, Betty Davis in black and white movies and The Wizard of Oz.
She liked all that stuff too.
So on this day, comma, play Somewhere Over the Rainbow in parentheses, correct?
Yep.
Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
Is that the song she liked?
That's the song that's in Wizard of Oz that everybody knew she liked.
Yeah. By Judy Garland, as Betty would say, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Favorite line from movie All About Eve. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
So remember, Lynn, when you see a black and something movie and smile. I think she's writing there white, but on my document, I can't totally make out what it says, but it seems to appear to say black and white movie and smile. Would you agree?
It doesn't sound like something she would say, but it looks like it's written by her.
Surviving wonderful cousins, aunt and uncles located all over. All donations please give to a no-kill animal shelter, because another one of her passions was saving all the unwanted stray animals, which she has had all her life. Is it something that she would talk about, stray animals?
She always had cats.
It says, P.S. Do not change. Not having a service, a memorial, or party, just I'm not sure what that word says, but sign Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's what it appears.
And on the second page of that document, these were things we were just discussing, correct? Page 2.
Yep.
She was going to give Diane Lang 2 antique pictures in the hallway. Mom's something great grandma, great aunt, 24 years old. That sound like Lynn?
This doesn't sound like Lynn. She wouldn't have misspelt my family's name wrong.
Where's your family misspelled?
Corrine Lang, for one. My mom's name is Corrine Posa. Corrine spelt wrong. It's Koren. She knew my mom very well and would address her cards that way.
Speaking of cards, your mom testified that you guys brought cards to the sheriff's department, correct?
Just a few.
The sheriff's department had asked you, please bring everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
They didn't specify everything. They said, please bring things of Lynn, with
Did the sheriff's department ask you, could you bring your other documents with you to the sheriff's department?
said it was not needed.
Do you know why they wanted the handwritten document?
They didn't tell me specifically why. I just gave it to them because they asked.
showing you it's marked at State's Exhibit number 49.
You just have to switch computers then.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. And you'll have it on your computer, Attorney Galvez?
I hope so, Judge.
All right, go ahead. I'm clicking for switch. Not yet. You want to publish right away?
Yes, Judge.
This is document 49, Exhibit 49.
These are copies of cards that you and your mom brought to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
How does she spell your mom's name on that card?
It's Carini. She used to call my dad Mom Carini and Boobala. That was their nicknames.
How does she spell your mom on this card?
Korenie.
That's not the way you spell your mom's name, is it?
No,
So
but
she
it's a
doesn't-
birthday card.
Correct. I'm just saying that she didn't spell your mom's name correctly on that document, did she?
No,
How did she spell your mom's name on that document?
same way.
So again, on two cards, she didn't spell your mom's name correctly, correct?
Why would she spell it incorrectly on a will?
No, I'm just saying
Hold
that.
on, I'll strike that last answer as being non-responsive. Sir, you need to answer the questions, okay?
Yes.
Jury will disregard that last answer. Oh, please re-ask your question, Attorney Galvez.
On this document, how does she spell your mom's name?
It looks like Koreene.
And that's not the way you spell your mom's name, is it?
Nope.
And again, these are copies of documents that you and your mom brought to the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, sir, in the back, you may not be shaking your head. You cannot affirm or contradict or anything, and if I see it again, you will not be in the courtroom, okay? Thank you, I trust you'll follow it.
Now, let's go back to exhibit number, defense exhibit number 598.
We still have it.
Thank you. State table this time, Madam Clerk.
On page 3 of that exhibit, you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And on that exhibit, she talks about what Jenny Flowers should get, correct?
Correct.
She talks about the gold cross with ashes in parentheses and final disposition papers, correct?
Correct.
On the next paragraph, she talks about my vehicle driving at the time of death, correct?
Correct.
She's currently a Jeep Patriot 2014, correct?
That wasn't her car when she died, but correct.
And below regarding Jessy Kurczewski, what does she give her? It says, in parentheses, Jennifer Flower can reach, and then it says Wizard of Oz, memorabilia, started with the first something in window you gave me. And then she talks about Cole Kostrava, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was one person she took off her well.
Yes.
And then that same page you are mentioned, correct, in parentheses.
Yes.
On the next page, she talks about Jim Kelleher. Do you know who's Jim Kelleher?
It was a longtime friend and ex-boyfriend.
She talks about things in the house that she wants to give him. She talks about grandma's champagne glass, 2 bracelets in the ashtray. She talks about a television set. Do you know what she's talking about, television set, that Emerson?
Yeah,
Is that what she owned?
I'm not sure what brand TV she had.
She talked about speakers, a silver ashtray filled with cross. Correct?
Correct.
And again, at the beginning of the paragraph, she talks about Eileen Hernan being sound in mind, correct?
That's what it appears.
And on the corner, she says, where she writes attached to will, correct?
Correct.
And the next page after that, I think it's listed 404. She again talked about what she wanted done if any of the people listed below outsurvive her, correct?
Yes.
And she talks about Lisa Watering. Do you know who that is?
I'm not sure who that is.
And then on the last page, again, in that corner, she says attached to will, correct?
Correct.
She finishes with Eileen Hernan being of sound mind and body, have a lockbox, BMO 514. List the location, correct?
Correct.
And she has copied this to self-attorney, insurance people, presently Jim Berg. Do you know who that is?
I don't recall who that is.
Apparently that's her insurance agent.
Objection, the witness just stated he does not know who that is.
Sustained.
Well, it states he has his number, correct?
Yeah, and it says independent agent.
In parentheses, correct?
Yes.
It says company is Progressive for auto homeowners, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I have about 20 minutes probably, if you want to keep going.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Posda, a lot was made of your visits with Lynn stopping or falling off between 2017 and 2018. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you say that you ever stopped caring about Lynn?
Absolutely not.
If somebody claimed that you and your mother just didn't care about Lynn anymore in 2018, would you agree with that?
Disagree.
Did you and Lynn personally ever have any kind of falling out?
No.
Did you believe Lynn was ever angry with you between 2016 up until the time of her death?
No.
You said that sometimes you can remember going shopping with Lynn, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe you said that the stores you recall going to were on Capitol Drive.
Yeah.
Is that in Waukesha County, do you know?
I think Pewaukee's in Waukesha County.
Okay, it was close to her house in Pewaukee?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go shopping with her in places like Franklin or West Allis or Hales Corners even? I don't think my
Overruled.
question suggests an answer. I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Thank you. You can answer the question.
No.
Did you know Lynn to shop in those geographic locations?
She stayed in Waukesha County, it seemed.
Now, Attorney Galaviz played the recording to help you remember what you told detectives as far as seeing prescription pill bottles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in that recording, you said you did see prescription pill bottles when you went to Lynn's condo after her death.
Yes.
Was that normal?
No.
When you would go visit Lynn on lunch between classes, would you see prescription pill bottles everywhere?
Objection as to vague. What time are we talking about?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Maybe 1 or 2 bottles like here and there, but nothing that extreme. No.
And these letters, the Exhibit 598 that you were shown, are those the same letters that Attorney Galaviz earlier asked you that Ms. Kurczewski handed you at Lynn's condo?
Wasn't probably in the same stack. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe there were different letters that Ms. Kurczewski showed you, or?
Yes.
Okay. And when Attorney Galaviz asked you about those letters, not necessarily Exhibit 598, I'm trying to be clear about that, but the letters that Ms. Kurczewski handed you at Lynn's condo, Attorney Galaviz asked if they appeared to be written by Lynn, correct?
Yes.
And you said?
No.
Why did you not believe they appeared to be written by Lynn?
Just the misspellings, you know, it was a will. It wasn't something that was like a birthday card.
And did you happen to find those when you were looking around the condo that day?
Happen to find what?
Did you happen to find those letters on your own and Ms.
No.
Kurczewski explained them to you?
No. I was handed down.
By Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Same thing with Exhibit 598 and the writings you saw there. Do you know who wrote those?
No.
Did you ever see Lynn write those?
No.
You said Lynn often brought up her estate or what she wanted to have happen if something happened to her.
Correct.
In any of those conversations, did Lynn show you these pieces of paper?
No.
Did Lynn reference who she wanted specific items of property to go to?
Not specifically, no.
When Lynn would bring up her will, and you said she was always doing that and it made you uncomfortable, what do you mean she would always bring up her will?
She would reference it a lot while we were, you know, together. And she said, you know, it's important for you to pay attention to this. And I would just reiterate that the importance was hanging out with her and spending the time with her. It was awkward for a 18 to 20-year-old to be talking about finances with a 62-year-old woman.
And when was the first time you can remember her bringing up her will or her wishes if something happened to her to you?
Shortly after her mother passed.
And do you remember what year that was roughly?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any of those conversations where she wanted to talk about if something happened to her, did you believe she was suicidal?
No.
Did you believe she was thinking she was going to die very soon?
No.
Okay. And again, you didn't see Lynn write these, and Lynn didn't bring these letters up to you. And is that true of the letters Ms. Kurczewski handed you, as well as what you saw in Exhibit 598?
Can you ask again?
Sure. Let me ask it better. The letters Ms. Kurczewski handed you a few days after Lynn Hernan died.
Judge mistakes the facts. Those letters were never handed to him, but I think the record says they were emailed to him.
I think he's testified several times that Ms. Kurczewski handed him letters at the condo.
Oh, those letters.
Withdraw the objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That is correct.
Lynn Hernan never showed you those.
No.
The documents in Exhibit 598 that you looked at today, did Ms. Hernan ever show you those?
No.
Did she ever reference them?
No.
Again, did you ever go with anybody to the bank or somewhere else when they were notarized?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, Attorney Galaviz pointed out that you've gotten to sit in court for this trial.
That is correct.
Do you know why you get to do that?
Yes.
Why is that?
Labeled a victim on the case.
And you have certain rights as a victim?
That is correct.
Did anything about you being able to sit in court thus far shape your testimony in any way today?
No.
Did you hear somebody testify and say, oh, okay, I remember it differently?
No.
While you've been in court,
You've had the chance to hear that Ms. Kurczewski has used other people's identifications before, right?
Yes.
All right. So when we talk about notarized documents, you're still not sure that Lynn wrote these, are you?
At the time or as I sit here now,
As you sit here now, sir.
I don't believe that those are documents that Lynn Hernan wrote.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that was not 25 minutes. Maybe that's a good thing, but it is 12:05, and this will be an excellent time to take our lunch break. All my admonitions that I've previously given you still remain, even though you stay within the jury room area. So all rise for the jury, please. I'll let the bailiffs know how long. You can be seated. Please review your notes and any requests. I have documents 595, 596, and 597 all being marked. One was an audio file, so whether they are being offered or not, they've been marked, so they need to be part of the record. So the defense needs to make sure that we have copies of those for the record, including the audio file on a flash drive or CD. Then I don't believe state offered 76.
Correct.
All right, and then 83 you did not offer as well. Both of those were marked and referenced, but not offered. So same thing. Obviously, they'll be part of the record. Whether they come in through any other witnesses, please let me know as that happens. So, but those were just kind of the outstanding exhibits that Madam Clerk and I had. And so let me know after the lunch hour if there's anything we need to do with those, other than I've already commented on. Anything else from the state before we break for lunch?
No, thank you, Judge.
How about from the defense?
Judge, exhibit number 595. Did I offer those? No. Can I make that motion now? Is it-
595, there was an objection to foundation. So if you're offering it, it's, what's the state's position?
I would object. There's been no foundation to explain what it is.
Right, then I'll deny that at this time. 596 was the audio recording that you played a portion of. Are you offering that?
Yes, Judge.
I have no objection to it coming in for those 30 some seconds.
I'll receive it, noting that a very small portion of it was actually played to the jury. And 597 was the check. It was clearly shown to the witness. He testified about it, but it was never offered.
I'll make that motion.
No objection.
597 will then come in. I'll just need to make sure I tell the jury it is both 596 and 597 are received. 596, of course, just the clip that was played. So I'll make a note to let them know when they come in. All right, we are in recess.
I'm
Let's.
sorry, just one more thing.
Oh,
I would
go
just
ahead.
move that Mr. Anthony Posa be released from all subpoenas.
No objection.
All right, he is released from all subpoenas.
Thank you.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, let's have everyone back here by 1:25 so that we can start as quickly at 1:30 as possible. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and there we have lunch. Let's see, they said yesterday at the end, she was talking about the projections of how long things are going to run, and she was projecting like 9 days for the prosecution, and we are on day 5. So according to her assessment, we should be getting to what is it? Oh no, this is day 6. So we should be finishing up probably the state midweek, or let's see. No, I'm mixed up. Well, we should be finished before the end of the week. Now, remember tomorrow, they're supposed to be doing that work on the power that they said they were doing last week, and since they were going to be doing work on the power, I stayed up all night watching the situation in Maine with the mass shooting, and then I guess they didn't do it after all, so they're coming back tomorrow. So I will have to do tomorrow's stream on a delayed basis. So keep that in mind. And I'll try to be productive during the daytime. Do some yard work because the temperature's going up a little bit. And we don't know how long the good weather is going to hold out. Let's just make sure that there's there's clouds in the forecast, but no projected rain for until the weekend. So I shall plan on a delayed broadcast tomorrow. Yesterday we were watching the opening statements in the Charlie Adelson hired hitman case, and we got through the prosecution during lunch yesterday, and we started listening to the defense's case or opening, and we ran out of time during the afternoon break, and I'm thinking it would probably make more sense to restart that to refresh our memories. And so let's do that. Let me just get this set up. And let's see.
Good morning.
Here we go. Oh, let's adjust the volume up.
I didn't get to talk to you that much the last couple of days. My name is Dan Rashbaum, and with me is Kate Myers, and we represent Charlie Adelson. Now let me start by saying the obvious. The murder of Professor Markell was a tragedy. The world lost a brilliant legal mind. His family lost a son and a brother. This community lost its sense of security and lost a good citizen. And his 2 boys, the nephews of Charlie Adelson, lost a loving father. His senseless murder continues to be felt throughout this community and others. It was inexcusable, despicable, evil. But what I'm going to tell you today is what actually happened. You will see that Charlie Adelson had nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. You will see that the state cannot come close to meeting its burden. Why? Because Charlie Adelson is innocent. Now, I don't have to prove innocence. What I'm telling you, I very rarely say in a courtroom as a defense lawyer. Charlie Adelson is innocent. And we'll get there. But the next thing I'm going to tell you, I also rarely say in a courtroom. And you may be surprised to hear this from a defense lawyer. I have great respect for the prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. I have admiration for their efforts after the murder of Professor Markel in trying to find out who did it. You will see that they spent countless man hours, cell phone tower dumps, surveillance videos from a boatload of places, buses, cameras on the street. Great law enforcement activity. And it paid off. They got the 3 killers. They convicted them. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted for life. Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanua, convicted for life. Problem is, as you just heard, the state saw no connection between these people and Professor Markel. So from the very outset, the state suspected the Adelsons, the family. You saw the chart. It wasn't limited to Charlie Adelson. Unindicted co-conspirators in this case, the state has said it, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson. The state knew, as you heard, that Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel had gone through a brutal divorce. And you're going to see it. But they couldn't find the connection. But then they had their aha moment. As you heard, they determined that at the time of the murder in 2014, Charlie Adelson was dating Catherine Magbanua. And they learned that Catherine Magbanua had a previous relationship, on again, off again, with Sigfredo Garcia. They learned that Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua shared 2 children together. They had their connection. The problem is, that's where the state began to guess, began to make assumptions. And you will see, we will show it, that those assumptions didn't make sense. Now, I love jigsaw puzzles. I've loved them since I'm young. The reason why I love them is because they only work if every piece fits. No matter what you do with the jigsaw puzzle, if a piece doesn't fit, it becomes a mess. You can't hammer it, and you can't ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you have holes in the puzzle. What you're going to see is with regards to this case, that's exactly what the state tried to do. They heard things, they saw things, but there were problems. They couldn't fit all the pieces together under their theories that they told you about today. I'm going to show you how those puzzles, those pieces, they didn't fit. They don't fit. And why? Respectfully, the state does not know what happened on July 18, 2014. On that day, 2 crimes occurred. The first one, the state knows about, and that was the brutal, heinous murder of Professor Markell. The other one, they don't know about. They're about to find out like you, because that day would forever change Charlie Adelson's life. But before we get there, I like cliffhangers. It's important to give you some background and timeline of the events. Charlie Adelson is 46 years old, single with a young son. He grew up in South Florida, in Coral Springs in Broward County. His father was a dentist, a local dentist. It wasn't the Adelson Institute when Charlie was growing up. It was a small dental practice with his dad. Charlie is the middle child of 3. He is very close with his parents. As they said, he is very close with his mom. Growing up, the family was middle class. And Charlie was not particularly close with either of his siblings. He grew closer with Wendy as they got older. He went to college at the University of Central Florida, went to dental school in South Florida, and then periodontic school. When he graduated as a periodontist, he had an idea. Rather than work in his own practice, he figured that he could travel around to dental practices all over South Florida. He would be a traveling periodontist. So what you are going to learn in this case is that Charlie Adelson had practices from the very south of South Florida to as far places as Jupiter. He was in the car sometimes for hours in a day. And he worked a lot. You're going to see that. He was a workaholic. He spent a lot of time in that car. And what did he do when he was in the car to pass the time? He spoke a lot on the phone. He would talk to whoever would listen to him. And you're going to see in this case, this is one thing we won't deny, Charlie Adelson likes to talk. And he likes to repeat himself. And who would he speak with the most? He'd speak with his girlfriend. He'd speak with his mom. He'd speak with his friends. Now, Wendy Adelson who's a state witness, followed a different path. She went to a prestigious university in Boston. She then went to school in England on a Truman Fellowship, and later went to law school. She got scholarships for law school and college. Soon after starting law school, she met Dan Markel, and they fell in love. They got married. They ultimately moved to Tallahassee, where they both worked for FSU, Professor Markel as a law professor of the law school. Charlie Adelson didn't have much to do with either Professor Markel or Wendy during their marriage or before their marriage. He would talk to his sister periodically, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. They lived in Tallahassee for years. Charlie Adelson visited him in Tallahassee 2, maybe 3 times. Charlie loved his sister. He sought advice from her, as she did with him every once in a while. But they weren't super close. They were brother-sister. The truth is that Charlie Adelson was a little self-centered. He was building his career. See, that traveling periodontist, in the beginning, it wasn't that successful. But by the time of this case, in the 2013-2014 time period, you're going to see that Charlie Adelson was making a lot of money. His practice was booming. He was working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. You'll see it on the wires. You'll see it in text messages. He would start his day early in the morning, and most days he wouldn't get home till 8, 9, 10 at night. At the time when this murder occurred, he was not married. He had no kids. He had a lot of money. And he was living a very good life. Now, in 2012, Wendy Adelson, on a trip down to South Florida, confides in her brother that she was having problems in her marriage. She told Charlie that she and Professor Markel had been going through marriage counseling. She asked him what he thought. He said, "Look, I want you to be happy, but you have to do what's best for you. I'm here to listen." Charlie had no involvement whatsoever in Wendy's decision to divorce Professor Markel. You'll hear that. And in September of 2012, Wendy filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house, had nothing to do with him. But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case. Excuse me. See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes. So when Wendy left the house, his mom told him that she didn't have a TV. He asked her, he said, "What can I do to help Wendy?" She She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help? And his mom said, she doesn't have a TV. He said, okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendy, and I'll pay you for it. And so Wendy got the TV, and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. The murder's in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV. And he didn't say he looked into hiring a hitman. He joked, a bad joke. And he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. You're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman. Puzzle pieces. And you're going to learn why his repeating of that joke is going to be so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind. But let's first go back to the divorce. The divorce was bitter. It was emotional. Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel, they'd have good times. But when things were bad, they would fight about everything. And in January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to relocate to South Florida with her 2 boys. That motion was opposed by Professor Markel. Now, what you're going to learn in this trial is that Wendy Adelson never thought that motion would be granted. Her lawyer told her that motion would never be granted. But she said, let's give it a shot. Charlie had very little to do with the motion. He knew she was filing it. He knew she didn't have much chance of getting it. And the motion was denied. When it was denied, it didn't change Charlie Adelson's life one bit. But unlike Charlie, his mom and dad were upset. They were upset because their daughter had a job opportunity in South Florida. She had no family support in Tallahassee, and they wanted her home. And you will see that Don and Harvey Adelson are very involved in their children's lives. We won't run away from that. Came up with a lot of crazy ideas. I mean, crazy ideas. You're going to see them. You've heard about some of them. When they show you those crazy ideas, take a look if any of them includes murder. Doesn't. Take a look at any of those crazy ideas include anything illegal. It doesn't. Take a look at if they're actually then go to lawyers to make sure that their ideas are legal. Murderers, you heard it, unindicted co-conspirators going to lawyers to make sure that what they're offering is allowed. You're going to see that. But the ideas were crazy. You're going to read the emails, a lot of emotion. a mother-in-law, a grandmother with a lot of emotion. And you're going to see that Wendy Adelson, she rejected them. She rejected the ideas. They were never presented to Dan Markell. And then you're going to see that there was another idea. They mentioned it in their opening, but they don't understand the importance of it. See, at one point in time, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson came with an idea to pay Professor Markell $1 million to allow their daughter to relocate. And they went to Charlie, who frankly by this point in time had more money than them. And they said, will you lend your sister $350,000? She'll pay you back or we'll pay you back. And he said, sure. And you're going to see that they presented this idea to Wendy Adelson. And the idea wasn't to take the boys out of Professor Markell's life. The idea was that with the $1 million, if Professor Markell agreed, he could live in South Florida and commute back and forth to Tallahassee. He could work out his schedule. He didn't teach every day of the week. He could work out his schedule so that he could still teach at the university and go back and forth. You're going to see that Wendy Adelson never made that offer. But it's very important. Like the joke, I want you to put it in your back of your mind for now. Let's fast forward to October 2013. October 2013, Charlie started dating Catherine Magbanua. We'll call her Katie. She was beautiful. She was smart. Like Charlie, she graduated from UCF. She was hardworking. He met her in one of the dental practices. At first, the relationship was casual. They wanted it that way. Charlie particularly liked it and liked Katie because she had 2 children. He worked a lot. His priority was his job. And Katie didn't bother him a lot. He only saw her like once, maybe twice a week. That's what he liked. And she was smart. She was fun. And he treated her very well. And that was very different, you'll learn, from how she was treated previously. Now, you'll hear that he spent a lot of time with Katie over the months that they dated. And remember how I told you Charlie talks a lot and repeats himself a lot? Well, when they were together, he did just that. He talked about his day. He talked about what was going on in the world. He talked about his family, which, by the way, was a constant topic every single day. Because when Charlie's driving in the car every morning for an hour to work and an hour home, sometimes longer, he talked to his mom on the phone. And when he talked to his mom on the phone, what would be a topic of heavy conversation quite frequently? Wendy's divorce. All the problems in the divorce. They told you that. They told you that in opening. And what would Charlie do? He would tell these things to his girlfriend. And what were some of the things he told her? Well, he told her about the $1 million offer. He told her that he could pay it in cash. She said, that's a lot of money. He said, no, I have it in cash. and I'm going to get it back. He told her several times the joke. Over time, you're going to see through text messages that Katie wanted a deeper relationship. And you'll see that Charlie didn't want that. You'll also learn, and the timeline is important. They meet in September. They start dating in October of 13. You're going to see that over time, it takes a couple months. Charlie starts to learn a little bit more about Katie's ex, Sigfredo Garcia. And what you're going to learn is that Charlie Adelson never meets Sigfredo Garcia officially, but by all accounts, he was not a good guy. Violent, long criminal history. Sigfredo Garcia and Katie had been high school boyfriend, girlfriend. And Katie was the love of Sigfredo's life. He lived for her. And you're going to see that Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. Puzzle pieces. So let me repeat it. You saw their chart. The shooter of Professor Charlie Adelson, according to them, is co-conspirator. And you're going to hear, not from our witnesses, from their own witnesses, that he wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. You're going to hear that in March of 2014, just 7 or 8 weeks before that first attempt of murder that they talk about, he tried to kill him. Puzzle pieces. You're also going to hear about a phone call on July 1, 2014. You're going to actually hear that July 1, 2014 call is how they found these guys. It's actually the craziest fact in this entire case, and there's a lot of crazy facts. You're going to hear that on July 1, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made a call to the cell phone number of Harvey Adelson. It's the only call that helped investigators connect these folks to the Adelsons in the beginning. It actually broke the case. What they don't know, what you're going to see, it's in text messages. It's discussed on the wires. They don't know it because they don't understand it because they weren't there. Is that on July 1st, 2014, just 3 weeks or so after the first murder attempt. And by the way, just 17 days before the murder. Let me repeat that. The murder happens on July 18, 2014. On July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia tries to run Charlie off the road. He threatens him. And what you're going to hear is that on July 1, he's so upset that he calls the Adelson Institute. He doesn't realize that Charlie isn't the doctor at the Adelson Institute. He just comes in and out of the place. So he gets their voicemail machine. And you know how dentists are? They say in an emergency, call a cell phone number. They take your call at home on the cell phone number. Well, he hears in an emergency, call Dr. Adelson at such and such number. He thinks he's calling Charlie Adelson, but he calls Harvey. Tells him, if you keep dating Katie, I'm going to kill you. 17 days before, according to them, he conspired with this man to kill Professor Markel. Puzzle pieces. What you're going to learn is that in the spring of 2014, it became apparent to Katie that her dreams of financial security with Charlie were not going to work out. You will learn that Katie heard the hitman joke. You will learn that she heard the $1 million offer and she got some ideas in her head. The state itself has called Catherine Magbanawa the mastermind. And that's exactly what she was. So now let's get to July 18th. I kept you waiting long enough. The June attempt didn't happen because Rivera didn't want to kill Dan Markel when his boys were around. See, what you're going to learn is during that June attempt, on June 4th, 5th, Professor Markel had custody of the boys. You're going to learn that Professor Markel and Wendy Adelson shared custody 50-50. But you're going to learn that the state thinks Wendy Adelson was involved with her brother in a murder for hire, and she chose for the killers to kill her ex-husband when he had custody of her kids. Puzzle pieces. So you're going to learn that Luis Rivera, who is a bad guy, he had some conscience somewhere and he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. So they came back. By the way, on July 18th, who had custody of the kids when the murder actually happened? Professor Markel. You're going to hear he dropped them off at school. But this family who did this so that their grandchildren could be with them were going to risk for 2 hired hitmen to go up when he had custody of the kids. Puzzle pieces. July 18th for Charlie starts as a normal day. He works. You're going to see he lives in Fort Lauderdale. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with South Florida, so I'm going to give you a little bit of geography lesson. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. That day, he's working in 2 offices because he'd often work in 2 offices a day. He'd work in the morning at one place and the afternoon at another. So he's working in 2 offices. The first office he's working in, both of them actually, are in Jupiter, Florida. Now, if you're familiar with South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and Jupiter are not close. With South Florida traffic, in the morning, he was in the car for at least 2 hours. Now, he came home late that night, you're going to hear, so traffic was a little bit better, but it's probably still an hour to an hour and a half. Jupiter is north of Palm Beach. When I drive up here and I hit Jupiter, I know I'm about a third of the way here. That's a good way to look at it. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, when you hit Jupiter, you're 1/3 done. He's in the car and he's talking on the phone. And you're going to see it. We're going to show you what the phone calls are about. He talks to his sister, talks to his mom, talks to his girlfriend. We'll talk to you about it. There are phone calls. You're going to see it. There are a lot of phone calls. And there are a lot of phone calls to his girlfriend. And there are a lot of phone calls to his mom. We're not going to deny that. And he works in these two offices. And at around 6 o'clock, you'll see a text message that he's about to start a very long surgery, a big procedure. By the way, the text messages throughout the day are normal. Just after 7 p.m., he gets a call from his mom. And he's told that Professor Markell has been shot. And he's shocked. He's upset. His first reaction is, Wendy and the boys okay? He's supposed to have dinner originally with a friend that night. But earlier in the day, that changes. And he's supposed to have dinner with Katie. And you're going to hear that Katie and him had gotten in a fight a couple days earlier about dinners. You'll hear it. And what you'll learn is after he finds out what happened, tells Katie he doesn't want to go to dinner. He leaves the office at around 8 o'clock in Jupiter. And you'll learn that Katie tells him she'll come to his house that night to comfort him. He shook up. Now, let me be clear. You're going to hear he wasn't close with Professor Markell.
One simple but brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds and save thousands of dollars on your heating bill.
They weren't friends. They had nothing in common. But he shook up because someone he knew, the father of his nephews, had been shot. When Katie arrived that night, and you're going to learn more details of how she gets there, what she has to do to get there. It's not planned. You're going to see that. The state's going to put on that evidence. You're going to learn that she's scrambling to get a babysitter. You're going to learn, by the way, that Charlie had seen her for lunch the day before. So if it's a murder for hire, why didn't she get the money then? Puzzle pieces. But you're going to learn that she gets there that night, sometime after 11. And when she gets there, she is frantic. She's upset. And he's scared because he's never seen her this way. And she sits him down and she tells him something terrible has happened. She says that a friend of hers had shot Professor Markell. She tells him over and over that she had nothing to do with it. But these people, she was talking too much. And her friend and these people learn about the problems that his family was having with Professor Markell. They learned about the $1 million offer. And they got it in their minds to do this. As you can imagine, his life has just forever been altered. He asks, who are these people? She won't tell him. It's not safe for you to know. Screaming at her. She won't tell him. Charlie had a guess. You will hear in detail what happened that night. You will learn that Charlie Adelson was told if he didn't pay within the next 48 hours, he or one of his family members would be next. You will learn that Katie repeatedly said that she had nothing to do with it and acted distraught. You will hear how she said that she would help him. You will learn about the initial payment. It wasn't $100,000. It was more than $100,000. He took out everything he had in his safe. You're going to learn about that. The state doesn't know it. It was more money. But you're going to learn he didn't have $350,000. So he had to pay every month. They don't know about that either. Payments every month. Does that sound like a murder for hire? Or does that sound like extortion? You're going to hear about these gifts. And you're going to learn that the gifts were just that. They were gifts. Because as time went on, he became more and more certain that Katie was not involved. He became more and more certain that she was helping him. And he wanted to keep her happy too because he needed her. He needed her help. And you will hear that the payments changed a couple months after the night of the extortion. 2 crimes. You'll hear that the payments changed and that Katie was put on the books of the Adelson Institute. Paper trail. They created a paper trail. Puzzles don't fit. Pieces of the puzzle don't fit. And you'll hear that in order to put her on the books, despite Katie telling him the night of July 18th, you can never talk about this with anyone. You can never talk on the phone about this. You can never talk about it in public. You can never talk about it anywhere, because if they find out, they will kill you and your family. If they think the police are coming to you to talk to you, they will kill you. Look at what they did to Professor Markell. But you will hear that he told someone. He had to. He told his mom. You'll learn that she was the bookkeeper for the Dental Institute. You'll learn why he had to tell her. You'll learn about those checks. They've never been able to understand. Why are they so sequential? Why are they back and forth? You'll learn why. They talk about the bump in 2016. What I like to call is the second extortion. What they don't realize is that their undercover operation was an extortion on an extortion. They don't know it. It's not their fault. And we're going to go through the wires with you. We're going to go through Dolce Vita with you. And we're going to show you how they actually prove his innocence. We're going to show you how they are talking carefully. They're talking to him. He's talking about an extortion. They're happy if this bump is the police, because if it's the police, none of them are going to get killed. If it's a bad guy, they're in danger. If you do a murder with someone, the last person in the world you want this bump to be is the police. Because it means they're onto you. Puzzle pieces. Not from the first layer, she says, but from the second layer. I got goosebumps when she said it. It's one of my favorite lines in the recording. Not from the first layer, the first extortion, but from the second layer. 20 months later is the bump. That's the second layer to Charlie Edelson at that point in time. You will also see, and what's going to be weird about this case, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to start to see it today, much of their case, I agree about. They're going to put witnesses up there. I'm not going to ask them one question. Some of their evidence is exactly the truth. It just doesn't prove a murder. The stapled money, it's his money. You will also see that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25, 2016. You will see that Luis Rivera was arrested on June 2nd, 2016. You will see that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1, 2016. Guess who wasn't arrested? Charlie Edelson. He wasn't arrested for 6 more years. And what you're going to see is that they have the exact same evidence in 2016 against Charlie Edelson that they do today. The same liars. They talk about an enhanced Dolce Vita recording. You're going to get both recordings. You determine if you can hear anything better. See, the state's case against Charlie Edelson is a case of assumptions. It's a case of guesses. It was not brought until weeks before Katie Magbanua's trial. You can ask yourself why. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to ask for your patience in this case. A man's life is in your hands. He's innocent. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, you fell asleep. I kind of suspected as much. Let's see, I fell asleep in my dream. There were 3 of us trying to escape. As long as we heard this voice, we were okay. We thought, got out. I woke up and it was the attorney here speaking. You know, that kind of reminds me, I fell asleep listening to a a podcast talking about what's her name, the mom and pseudo or failed shrink in Utah. Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt. And I fell asleep and they were playing clips of them talking. And I dreamt that a friend and I went down to their connections place and we're acting all interested. And then my friend turned it hardcore investigative reporter, and I think we got kicked out. Oh, the things that happen when you fall asleep listening to true crime. So, so let's see. We have it's about 15 minutes left before the break ends. Let me see. I was looking at some stuff to see what there might be. Oh, let's see. There was an article I found. Oh, that's not it. Okay. The title of this article is Emails Reveal Details in Delphi Murder Evidence Leak. And this was dated yesterday. So it says, amongst hundreds of pages of documents filed with the Indiana Supreme Court are copies of an email chain that confirmed the death of an individual involved in leaking sensitive Delphi murder crime scene evidence to online groups. Buried in the 240-page filing are copies of an email exchange between Judge Francis Gold, Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland, and Richard Allen's original defense team of Brad Rosie and Andrew J. Baldwin. According to the previous reports and an email from McLeland, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin informed the judge and the Carroll County prosecutor on October 10th that his former employee had gone into his office sometime in August and taken pictures of sensitive crime scene evidence related to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, February of 2017. Let me scroll. This former associate then forwarded this sensitive information to a Fisher's man who was employed at the Fort Wayne U.S. Air Force Base. This individual is accused of forwarding the information on further, where it eventually made public on online groups and quote-unquote content creators that follow the Delphi murder case. In an email written by McLeland just before 4 a.m. October 12th, the Carroll County prosecutor informs the judge and Allen's defense team that Indiana State Police investigators went to the Fisher's man home to obtain information about the evidence link. The Fisher's man reportedly refused to answer any of the police officers' questions and said that he wanted an attorney. Not long after this encounter, the Fisher man reportedly took his own life with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is getting serious and way out of control, gentlemen, McLeland said, informing the judge and Allen's defense team that Fisher's man had been married and had a child. The accused leaker had reportedly been worried sick after police arrived at his home, according to the information given to McLeland and relayed to them in the email chain. McLeland ended his email by pleading with the defense team to come forward if they had any information about the leak, calling the Fisher's man's death the latest and bizarre twist in this case. I do not want to get another phone call like this, McClellan said, citing his worry for other individuals, including Baldwin's former employee involved in the evidence leak. Also mentioned in the email chain were defense attorney Rossi's concerns that local content creator had obtained copies of crime scene photos as part of the evidence leak. Judge Gold stated in an email that local content creators are not journalists and have no right to claim any type of privilege. She wrote that if any content creators would not divulge how they had obtained the evidence or returned the photographs to police, she would issue an order that would result in their arrest if they failed to obey. Just an editorial note. I think that that might fail to stand up in a challenge because a lot of people consider them citizen journalists just because they aren't hired by some big mainstream publication. Okay, this is a drastic measure I should not have to take, but will if necessary, Gold wrote. The news of the leaked evidence ended up leading Gold to calling a hearing on October 19th. At the hearing, Gold announced that Alec Baldwin had orally announced his intention to withdraw from the case. She said Rosie would also be withdrawing in the coming days. Both Baldwin and Rosie have since fought against this portrayal, claiming they were coerced by the judge, but never filed to withdraw from the case. Gold has since assigned a new defense team for Allen and Rosie, recently filing for Gold to be removed from the case by overstepping her authority. Looks like some punctuation's missing there. Okay. Both Baldwin and Rosie have since fought. Okay, we read that one. Okay, on Monday, Richard Allen asked the Supreme Court to weigh in on this matter. So, they don't name the leaker, and let's see. It really did smack of coercion because the judge has not had cameras present for any other hearings, but for that one where she's doing a public dressing down, she has cameras present. Then today we have another hearing, or was it yesterday? No, it was today. We had a hearing, and once again, no cameras. So, let's see. We just have a very few minutes at this point. I had a cute little video here. Let me see. Make sure that I got it queued up to the right point. Okay, wait. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What else have we got that's short? I think we have 2 to 6 minutes left of the break. So let's see if we've got any more short. Here's an interesting history thing. Some little podcast saying in 1837, George Washington's remains were disinterred. Here's what was in the casket. Sounds kind of interesting. Not that I think people should be getting dug up, but that chapter has an episode for Halloween set in Salem, Massachusetts. Now, got a funny story about my grandpa. And the whole family is genealogy mad. And one time he told me that there was a convicted witch in the family tree. And so, yeah, I was always poring over the family tree and looking and going, well, don't have any in Salem. Don't see any with any notes that they were executed or anything like that, or went through any proceedings. And so one summer, I think I was 19 at the time, my car had died, and my grandfather was loaning me the money to get the transmission fixed. And he was out from Kansas and visiting, and he said, knocked on my bedroom door and went, Lynette, let's go get your, the mechanic called, let's go get your car. And I went, I want to sleep. And so a little while later comes back, and Lynette, let's go get your car. I don't want to. And so he comes back a third time and, knocking, okay, let's go. And so I drive my grandfather, and he wants to stop and get some heartburn medicine at the store. Where coincidentally, Danny Davis was kidnapped. As like the fourth victim of a serial killer in my neighborhood. But anyway, so we went over to my mechanic, and he paid with the credit card, and I stayed to talk to the mechanic for a few minutes. Or no, he didn't pay with a credit card, he paid with a check. And so I was talking to the mechanic, and so I go home, and I go downstairs and I start watching Dark Shadows. And we have Jeremiah and Barnabas have fought in a duel, and Jeremiah has been shot in the face. And his widow, who was engaged to Barnabas, but then with the influence of a witch, got married to Jeremiah instead. Josette is in another room, and she says, I feel the presence of death in the house. And all of a sudden I become aware of some commotion in the stairwell. So I look around the corner, and there's paramedics bringing in gear. My grandfather had a heart attack upstairs, and I was unaware of it. Normally I had the day off, and they forgot that I wasn't at work that day. And so my grandfather died of a heart attack. And it just at that moment of the soap opera, I feel the presence of death in the room, or in the house. And but on the way to the mechanic, I said, so Grandpa, who's the convicted witch in the family tree? And he looks a little puzzled and goes, oh, I must have been joking. And if I hadn't asked right then, I would still be looking for the convicted witch in the family tree. So, yeah, I think that's a little bit of a fun story for Halloween. So let's see, what else have we got? Anything short? Let's see. Waiting for the page to load. Doesn't seem to want to. Let me try a different tab. Let's see. Stephanie Harlow has a new episode for Halloween. Teenage Vampire Cult. I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it. So let's see. The Prosecutor's Podcast, you've got Brett in vampire makeup. Everybody's getting into the Halloween spirit. Let's see, we'll probably get cut off, but here is Court TV has a report on the delay on the Delphi case. So let's pull that up here. Okay, here we go.
Back and we have some big breaking news coming out of Delphi, Indiana. Of course, we're talking about the case against defendant Richard Allen, accused of the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. We just hit the 1-year anniversary of the date of his charging announcement. And today, his new lawyers were going before the judge, but not without some big drama. I want to bring in the guy in the know about all of this, Court TV's crime and justice correspondent, Matt Johnson. What in the world is going on here?
Another bombshell. And we talked about this on opening statements today, that the attorneys that were removed or withdrew from the case and then said that they wanted to stay on, well, now they were denied the ability to still represent him pro bono.
We're having a little bit of a problem there with the signal. Just let me back up a minute. Okay.
In that hearing and saying that she wanted them to appear before her and then they withdrew.
Right.
Well, now the new attorneys have also filed for a motion to move the trial date from January, and they will now have the set trial date in October. But going back next year,
man.
This is a part of the document that was filed today for the pro bono.
Yeah.
This is filed by Andrew Baldwin, and it was also filed by Brad Rosie. And
The
in part it
original
reads,
attorneys.
the original
filed motions
attorneys.
to rep him pro bono, free of charge.
Free of charge.
Wow.
And Allen himself asked for this to happen. So in part it reads, Andrew Baldwin, also Rosie, enters his appearance as Mr. Allen's privately contracted lawyer. Attorney Baldwin acknowledges his prior representation of Mr. Allen, his contracted public defender, and reaffirms that he, Attorney Baldwin, did not and has not voluntarily withdrawn from Mr. Allen's case in the said capacity. The filing of this appearance is intended to convert Attorney Baldwin's status in Mr. Allen's public defender to Mr. Allen's private counsel, wherein Attorney Baldwin will move forward with said representation on a pro bono basis in the event that he is not reinstated as Mr. Allen's public defender.
Whoa.
This denied by the judge today. Fran Dole.
What?
Yes.
Okay, wait. So two major things
Yes.
have happened here. So the original attorneys who the judge said withdrew came in today on the date where the new attorneys were coming in to pick the new trial date, and they said, we're going to be really clever here and file pro bono appearances so that we're repping him for free. And then the judge says, oh no, I'm denying those two appearances for you original attorneys who have withdrawn.
She
Man.
denied their request, according to Scripps News Indiana, citing gross negligence for her reasoning.
Wow. And that was what they wrote in their motions, pertaining to the withdrawal. Within the flurry of motions, she was saying, strike from the record. They were saying essentially she was going to admonish them and say they were grossly negligent in representing Richard Allen when the leak happened, or they could withdraw privately and maintain their dignity, right?
Exactly. And then now they have said, we never wanted to withdraw from representation to begin with. And they were filing motions saying that they want the Supreme Court in Indiana to intervene and remove the judge. And they want to stay on the case.
Right. And so that's going nowhere because the judge is still saying,
bailiffs, that when you walk up with paper exhibits, he's the last spot. He can see them before they're offered. And he just wanted us to know. So we have the document camera now out, which would have, I'm not saying you can't approach the witnesses, but if you want to use the document camera, it's there. And that's a good way to do that as well. Or just be mindful when you're walking up. All right, we'll go back off the record while you test.
Okay. I seriously question the objectivity of the judge, because, they say we want to represent him pro bono and she won't allow it. I don't know. We have 10 days in which to for them to submit their positions on the case. So anyway, it seems like every day there's something else in Delphi. Okay. I've turned off the mic because I guess she's not on the record, but she wanted to inform them that the exhibits were visible before they were made or published. So, at least, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't forgotten or muted the muted it somehow. Okay, while let's see. Do we have any news headlines while we're waiting for them to go on the record? Uh-huh. Got a cute little photo. If you've ever seen Leilani of Barbados, her son is dressed up as a YouTuber with his little silver YouTuber plaque and a camera. That's funny. I found out from watching one of her videos, I think last week or the week before, that she was Miss Barbados when what's the name of that star that married the Jonas Brothers? Anyway, I guess she won Miss Universe that year. So let's see. Let's check the local news. It says Salt Lake Airport opens 13 new gates and many more concessions as it completes phase 2. Anybody who is flying into Salt Lake, bring a good pair of
And State versus Kurczewski appearances are as they were before. We are all back after the lunch hour. I know we had some testing of AV equipment done, but is there anything I need to address from the parties prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
All right, and you have your next witness then available?
Yes.
All right. Madam Clerk, please have the jury brought out.
All rise for the jury.
It is a little. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I think you can finally feel the temperature got a little warmer in here, so I hope you are all comfortable. I know I can't make everyone happy, but my rule of thumb is if I'm warm in a robe, then I know you all, or cold, vice versa, then I know you all are as well. So, all right, we will continue then. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Paul Nowakowski.
All right. My note fell. Good afternoon. If you would make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Paul R. Nowakuski. First name is spelled P-A-U-L. Middle initial is R. Last name is spelled N-O-W-A-K-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Nowakuski, what is your current job?
I am the registrar in probate for Waukesha County. I'm also a supplemental court commissioner.
Can you tell the jury what that all entails?
The register in probate is basically the clerk that handles all of the probate matters that get filed in Waukesha County. The registrar in probate is the judicial arm to the registrar's office when they're handling informal administration, allows me to sign certain documents, notices, statements, domiciliary letters, and the like.
Before you obtained those positions, how were you employed?
Prior to coming to Waukesha County, I spent about 2.5 years as the registrar in Jefferson County. And prior to that, I spent 25 plus years practicing law in the probate area.
So your practice primarily focused on probate?
I would say about 75 to 80% of it.
What sort of education did you receive for your position as a registrar in probate?
I have a degree from Marquette Law School, a Juris Doctorate degree, which is just a general law degree. There was no specialty training in the law school for probate. I did take a class in probate as an elective. Prior to that, I was an English major at Marquette University in undergrad.
We've been kind of talking already a little bit about probate, but can you just tell the jury what probate is generally?
Probate generally is the procedure that's in the court system that allows for the transfer of assets of a decedent that are in the decedent's name alone without a listed beneficiary or a joint tenancy with right of survivorship to the either heirs at law if there is no will or beneficiaries if there is a will. It also is a procedure at which the creditors of the decedent are paid through that process.
What is the principal purpose of probate?
The principal purpose of probate is basically what I just said, is to make sure that if a decedent owns assets in their own name alone, no one has the ability to manage or sell or transfer those to beneficiaries or heirs without the appointment of a personal representative. If the estate exceeds 50,000, there is a requirement of a personal representative. If it's under 50,000, you can have a personal representative, or you can do it through a summary proceeding.
Are there different types of probate?
There are two types of main probates. One is informal administration, which is managed by the Register and Probate's office, that being the clerk, that being myself as the register. And then there's formal probate, which is the court administration of the estate. That is before either a commissioner or a judge, depending on what is all involved in the matter.
What is more popular between informal or formal probate?
I would say informal is the most popular proceedings when you're dealing with assets that are in excess of 50,000.
If there's a will that exists at the time of death in a probate matter, how is a personal representative appointed?
Well, the will nominate someone as the personal representative. That nomination is purely that, a nomination. Until the will is admitted to either informal probate or formal probate, that is still just a nomination. If the will gets admitted and the court, either through the registrar's office in an informal administration or through the judge in a formal administration, they will then appoint the personal representative, whoever that is agreed upon or determined based on the needs of that estate.
Okay. Speaking further about personal representatives, if a personal representative is appointed, and they are represented by an attorney, whose interest does that attorney represent?
That attorney represents the personal representative in the administration of that estate. It's a misconception a lot that that attorney would represent the estate. They are truly not doing that. They are representing the individual as the personal representative.
So I just briefly mentioned a will. If you could just tell the jury what determinations are made in admitting a will to probate.
Well, first of all, the will is required to be in writing, and it is required to be witnessed by at least 2 non-interested parties to the administration of the decedent's estate. It can be witnessed by an interested party as long as they are not getting any more than their intestate share through the will itself. But normally in Wisconsin, it's 2 witnesses. It can be more. And there is something called a self-proving will, which is where the signature of the testator or the testatrix, that's being the decedent, and the witnesses are notarized by a person who is a notary public.
How is a disinterested witness defined or determined?
They basically cannot have any interest in inheriting any assets of the estate. They can be nominated as a personal representative and still be a witness to the will as long as they're not inheriting anything beyond their intestate share. When I say intestate share, I mean the share that they would receive if there was no will.
What's the next step in the probate process after a will has been admitted to probate and a personal representative has been appointed?
We would, in the appointment of the personal representative, we would issue domiciliary letters, and those letters give the power to the personal representative to step in the shoes of the decedent and do all things necessary to administer that administration, to pay any outstanding creditors, pay any bills, and distribute any assets throughout the course. We would also schedule if it's on notice, meaning that if there was a hearing on the admission of the will, there would be a deadline for filing claims, which is usually between 3 and 4 months after the notice has been signed. If it's on waiver, then it would be done at the time of the admission of the will as well. And that would be, again, 3 to 4 months. Usually in Waukesha County, we've usually done about 100 days for the creditor's claims. Once that deadline is set, it gets published. In Waukesha County, we use the Waukesha Freeman, although it can be a different newspaper as long as the newspaper is published once a week and it has a certain circulation level, which off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. And then you'd file an inventory within 6 months of date of death or date of the appointment of the personal representative, excuse me.
Okay. So I want to kind of go back to the creditor portion of this.
Mm-hmm.
Does the personal representative have a legal or fiduciary duty to notify those potential creditors?
If the personal representative reasonably should have known of a creditor, they are required to send to them a copy of either the notice to interested person deadline for filing claims if it's on notice, or the notice to creditors if it's on waiver. They are required to send that to them, giving them the deadline for filing that claim. I believe that has to be done no later than 30 days prior to the deadline for filing the claim. If they don't do that, potentially those creditors, if they can prove that they were reasonably should have been known of, they have up to a year to file a claim.
Okay. So you had testified earlier that you did a lot of this probate matter in your own private practice for 25 years, correct?
Correct.
In your practice as a probate attorney, what have you advised your own clients in terms of notifying creditors?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
What I would have advised my clients is, first off, I'd like to get a list of potential creditors, their contact information, and then I, as their attorney, would then send out that notice to them so that they would have that notice for the deadline, properly giving notice to these creditors so that they have a chance to file.
All right. So say that 3 to 4 month process goes pretty smoothly. What must the personal representative do to actually close out a probate matter in informal proceedings?
In an informal administration, like I said, they have 6 months to file an inventory with the court, although in an informal administration, they can exhibit it, which is basically bringing it into the courthouse, showing it to the register or the deputy register, paying the filing fee, which is 0.2% of the value of the estate. And then they would take the original document back. We would file a document in the case file showing the amount of the inventory, but no one would be able to know what the contents of the inventory would be. That is required to be done within that 6-month period of the appointment of the personal representative. Once that is done, they have, in Waukesha, we require the estate to be closed within 1 year. The statute actually says 18 months, but in an informal administration, when the personal representative statement to close is filed, there is 6 months from that date for anyone in the estate to file an objection to anything that the personal representative might have done throughout the course of that administration.
Does the personal representative have to file any financial receipts with the court to establish any accounting documents that are true and accurate?
In an informal administration, they are not required to file that accounting with the court. They are required by statute, and they're stating on their personal representative statement to close that they have provided that accounting to any of the beneficiaries or outstanding creditors that are there at the time of attempting to close.
I just have a few more general questions here about this whole process. Kind of going back to wills a little bit as well. What is the formal process for revoking an old will?
Well, if it starts as an informal administration, they would have to file a demand for formal proceedings because the register and probate, again, is an administrative proceeding or a person that deals with the administrative proceeding of an informal administration. They cannot necessarily, they don't have the authority to revoke an old admission and put in a new admission. So it's going to go before the judge to make that determination as to whether or not that second will that comes up is a valid will and should be replaced by the old one. Now, it rarely, if ever, happens, but so that could happen in that respect. But they'd have to go through a demand for formal and be a formal proceeding moving forward.
What about just generally? So if someone had a will at their residence that was old and they wanted to replace that with a newer will, how would they go about handling those two wills?
Well, they'd have to petition the court to admit that secondary will. If the first one was already admitted, then the court's going to have to make a determination as to which will should have been admitted and which will is the one that should handle those assets.
All right, now we got kind of the general probate matter here. I just want to direct your attention here to an estate related to Lynn Hernan. Are you familiar with that estate?
I am.
Was that estate opened in October of 2018?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. Was there a will filed in that case?
There was a will that was dated from 2016 that was filed in that, and an application for informal administration was filed with it.
Did you admit that will into the probate case?
That will was admitted to informal administration, yes, after the application was filed and other documents filed with it.
So by admitting that will, you believe that it had complied with the statutes and that it was a valid will, correct?
Correct. Either myself or my deputy, I can't remember which one of us, examined that will and determined that it was obviously in writing. Whether it's typed or handwritten, it can be either way, as long as it's written. It was original signature on the document. And the witnesses on that document, as I recall, were representatives from BMO Harris Bank. So we presume they were non-interested parties based on their affiliation. They were not listed as beneficiaries under the will.
Was that will actually notarized as well?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. So I think you mentioned earlier that it would essentially self-prove, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And in an informal administration, they don't need to prove up the will. We just have to make a determination as to whether it's a valid will.
All right. And moving forward in regards to the beneficiaries of that will, Are you familiar who was listed as the beneficiaries in that estate?
Beneficiaries, there were two of them, Jessy Kurczewski, and I'm drawing a blank on the other gentleman. It was another friend. It was not a relative.
Okay. If I was to tell you that name of Anthony Posa, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that is the correct name as I recall now when you told me that.
In terms of evaluating this case, you mentioned Jessy Kurczewski. Was she the personal representative in this estate?
She was the appointed personal representative. She was also nominated under the will.
Did Anthony Posa have to consent to Jessy Kurczewski assuming duties as the personal representative?
He did sign a waiver and consent, having no objection to the appointment of her as the personal representative.
Okay. When that whole process is done, so after he had waived here and she was ultimately appointed the personal representative, what happens at that point?
Like I said, it was on it. The notice to creditors was issued. The deadline for filing claims was stated, and then she went and published that creditor's notice in the newspaper, or her attorney did, one or the other.
Are you aware of whether or not creditors came forward in this estate?
There were some claims filed.
How are those claims filed?
The creditor would file a document called a claim of an estate. They would spell out what their claim consisted of, how much it was. They usually attach some sort of proof to it, not a lot on a normal basis, and then they pay a $3 filing fee.
Did you accept into probate some documentation of these creditors related to the estate?
Yes, I did accept some claims that were filed.
Okay. For example, did you accept some claims from Pro Healthcare?
Judge, I object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did accept the claim from Pro Healthcare.
Ultimately, at some point during this probate proceeding, there was a filing regarding a loan from inheritance funding. Can you talk about what inheritance funding is in those types of loans?
Sometimes beneficiaries will want to receive a portion of their estate early before distribution, so they will contract with a company that will give them a percentage of their benefits from the estate. For an amount that they agree upon. So they'll maybe get like maybe a 60% of their payout. And then the inheritance fund company would then step into those shoes, beneficiaries distribution when it comes to that point.
Base rate, how common are these types of loans?
Not extremely common. I mean, I've seen them over the course of time. When I was in private practice, I don't think I recall ever having any of those come through an estate, but that could have happened. I don't remember.
Okay. Moving forward in the probate matter with Lynn Hernan, ultimately, did Jessy Kurczewski successfully close out the estate for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that actually happened?
I don't have an exact date to my memory.
Are we talking spring of a year or 2019?
It was within the 1 year period, I believe, that it got closed, because it did not appear on the order to show cause at any point in time during the course of the estate, that part of the estate.
Okay. Can you close out an estate if any outstanding creditors who file claims against the estate are not paid?
If a claim is filed against the estate and it's filed appropriately with the court, then those claims have to be satisfied before I would the estate to be closed.
So you mentioned earlier, though, that
Both filed prior to the filing of the personal representative statements were satisfied there were estate receipts from all parties involved.
once a probate file is closed, what happens if any other creditors come and say that they have some claims against the estate?
There's two theories on that. Potentially, a lot of attorneys that represent estates would want to have claims resolved, so they may petition the court for a special administration or a request to reopen the estate. As I stated earlier, when a personal statement to close is filed, if it's filed within that 1 year period, there's 6 months after that the estate should remain open for some of these things to happen. If a creditor thinks they are entitled to payment or that they weren't properly noticed, they could file that claim, and then the personal representative is going to have to deal with that claimant at some point.
In this case involving Lynn Hernan's estate, did claims come against the estate after it was closed originally?
There was one claim that got filed. I don't recall what it was for.
Okay. Do you recall what happened after that claim was made against the estate?
The attorney for the personal representative requested that the estate be reopened, which I agreed to. They filed an objection to that claim, and they filed a demand for formal proceeding because, as I stated earlier, as an informal administration, you cannot deal with any contested matters. It has to go before either a court commissioner or a judge for determination. And even a probate court commissioner, if it is contested throughout, cannot make a decision on that. Any ultimately contested matter has to be decided by the judge. So what they did is they filed a demand for formal, and they asked for a hearing to be held on that claim.
Do you know what happened with that claim at that point?
I believe that claim, eventually the creditor did not appear at that hearing, so I believe that claim was dismissed for lack of prosecution of it.
Does that mean that the personal representative had paid that claim, or just that they didn't show up?
It's just that the creditor didn't show up to contest the objection to the claim.
Moving forward in this, after the estate was reopened, did an attorney, Beth Taylor, get involved in this?
She was retained by Mr. Poza as the other beneficiary in this matter.
And then further on after that, did attorney Lisa Martinson cease being involved in this case?
I believe she withdrew as representing the personal representative at some point.
Okay. And later on, even more so at that point, are you aware of a time in this estate where Jessy Kurczewski was removed as personal representative?
A petition was filed by attorney Beth Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Poza, requesting that she be removed as personal representative in the estate. And that came before, I believe that matter was contested. So that came before Judge Maxwell, who made the decision as to whether or not to remove her.
Do you know what that decision was?
He eventually did remove her as personal representative.
Do you know then who was appointed personal representative?
Mr. Poza was appointed as the successor personal representative at that time.
Thank you. Here, I'd like to show the witness here, exhibits 67 through 86 on his screen only. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Balkanier to slowly scroll through each of these exhibits. And once we've done that, I'll ask further follow-up.
All right, go ahead.
think we've got a sidebar. I'll let you hear Eowyn.
After seeing all of those exhibits, are you familiar with these exhibits that just have been shown to you?
Yes, I am.
Are these all filings in the probate matter involving Lynn Hernan?
Yes, they are.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of those filings?
To the most part, I think some of them only have like one page, but not the full document.
Okay, but what you've seen here, you don't have any reason to believe that they've been doctored in any way?
Not that I can tell.
Okay, Your Honor, move exhibits 67 through 86 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 67 through 86 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
We're just going to start with exhibit 67 here. And I'm going to, when this ultimately gets pulled up, I'll ask some follow-up.
Yes. It's in the jury box.
Awesome, thank you. So exhibit 67, what is exhibit 67?
That is called an application for informal administration. It is an initiating document for opening of informal probate.
On that document, does it discuss further down on page 1 a will dated November 26, 2016?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And further down, does it talk about on the top of page 2, does it talk about who is nominated as personal representative?
It does state on page 1 who the nominated personal representative is in the will, and then it also states that they are nominating that person as the personal representative. It is actually on the line above paragraph 8 where the initial nomination shows up.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to exhibit 68, please? What are we looking at in exhibit 68?
68 is the first page of the will that I believe was the will that's discussed in the application of informal, but I'd have to see the final page to see the date.
Okay. If we could just scroll down.
All right. So that the date of that will was that Ms. Hernan signed that will in November of 2016. And it was.
And that is the will that was admitted into probate in this matter, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to 68 or 69, please? With exhibit 69, what are we looking at in this?
This is a waiver and consent in an informal administration. Waivers and consents are allowed for a person to not object to the admission of a will, to the use of informal administration, and to the appointment of a specific personal representative. All beneficiaries or heirs at law would have to agree to the same personal representative.
So in exhibit 69, it appears Anthony Posa signed it and waived any issues in terms of this administration.
That appears so, yes, based on the document, and he signed it on October 11th of 18.
Okay. Exhibit 70, please. There was some talk about some domiciliary letters. Can you explain what those are again?
Domiciliary letters are the document that grants the authority to the personal representative to act as the personal representative. It shows anyone who receives that document, the court has approved them as personal representative.
Okay. And I'm gonna have Mr. Balconier pull up exhibits 71, 72, and 73 kind of in short order. Are exhibits 71, 72, and 73 claims against the estate.
Yes, they are.
And again, those are filed here and those have to be satisfied essentially before this probate matter can be successfully closed out, correct?
That is correct.
Exhibit 74, please. We were talking a little bit about inheritance funding and those types of loans. Is this a copy of that loan that was submitted?
Yes, it is.
In that loan, under, I believe, paragraph 1 and 2, does it discuss the terms of that loan?
Yes, it does.
Could you please tell the jury the terms?
So basically, the person, that being Jessy Kurczewski, received $10,000 for the ability for this company to receive $18,700 out of the estate. She received cash in the amount of $10,000. Paragraph 3 actually says that if they pay it back within a period of time, some certain, then they would release that lien.
Okay, that leads us perfectly into Exhibit 75. Does Exhibit 75 talk about the satisfaction of that claim or that loan?
Yes, that document is the release and satisfaction of the assignment, showing that Ms. Kurczewski has paid back that company $14,000. So therefore, they are no longer an interested party in the estate.
So I just want to make it clear for the jury. So essentially, Ms. Kurczewski receives $10,000 originally upfront, and then she ultimately pays them back $14,000.
That's correct.
And that's from her share of the estate, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we show him Exhibit 76, please? What is Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is the accounting that was prepared by Attorney Martinson and filed, and it was signed by Ms. Kurczewski. This is what is called a final accounting, showing basically the accounting from the start of the estate to the time that they were ready to close it.
I want to direct your attention here on page 1 to debts of decedent. Do you see that on
Yes,
page
yes,
1?
I do.
Does anything about that number stick out to you?
Well, it's a fairly large number.
Okay. Then I want to go to actually the next page. Or, I apologize, page 3. And page 3, that further talks about capital gains and further debts of decedent, correct?
Yes, page 3 begins basically the breakdown of what all of the numbers were made up of that are on page 1. So page 1 is the synopsis. Page 3, moving forward, is the breakdown as to what that consisted of.
Are there several credit cards listed under debts of decedent?
Yes, there are.
I'd like to move on to Exhibit 77, please. In Exhibit 77, what is this document telling us?
Exhibit 77 is the personal representative statement to close. This is the document that the personal representative files with the court to tell us that they are ready to close the estate. Once this document is filed, that starts the 6-month period to run for people to object to anything that occurred during this estate. This basically states that they've given notice to all the parties. The time for filing claims has expired. They fully administered it. They provided an inventory to all interested parties, that being the beneficiaries in this matter. They've sent they've paid there are no unpaid claims. They've provided a copy of this statement to all the interested parties and any outstanding creditors, which at this time there were none. And they furnished a full accounting of the administration in writing to all persons interested, and they paid attorney fees.
Moving on to Exhibit 78, please. Is Exhibit 78 a claim against the estate that was filed in June of 2019?
Yes, it is.
That was after Ms. Kurczewski had successfully closed the estate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think we had gone over this, but someone can make a claim after the estate is originally closed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then at this point, shortly after, sometime that summer, did Attorney Martinson move to reopen the estate?
Yes, she did.
Moving on to Exhibit 79, please. What is Exhibit 79?
Exhibit 79 was the personal representative's objection to that claim that was just on the screen before.
Perfect.
That's Exhibit 78.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 80. Is this another claim that was filed against the estate after it had originally closed?
Yes, this is a different claim that got filed back in July of 2019.
All right. And similar process, I'm going to show you Exhibit 81. Is this also an objection to this claim?
Yes, this is an objection to that particular claim.
And I believe earlier in your testimony, you had stated essentially these claims against the estate ultimately were dismissed because they didn't show up at that hearing.
That's my recollection.
All right. Moving on to Exhibit 82, please. Is this the petition to remove and replace Jessy Kurczewski as the personal representative?
Yes, this is the petition that was filed by Attorney Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Poza.
Thank you. Moving on to 83, please. What are we looking at in Exhibit 83?
This is a document that was filed by Ms. Kurczewski purporting to be a will that was executed by Ms. Hernan after the 2016 will, but before she died. And this was filed, it was a handwritten document. I don't think, I mean, we looked at it, it was obviously an originally handwritten document, but we didn't know if it was original will or not.
You stated earlier, though, that will being handwritten in and of itself is not a problem, though, correct?
No, that's called a holographic will.
Okay. Was this will eventually admitted into this estate?
It was filed in the court, in the estate, but it was never admitted to probate.
Why not?
I believe the court, after it was objected to, determined that it was not a valid will. Or no, I apologize, I take that back. The court determined that notice was not provided.
Judge, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
You can continue.
This came before Judge Maxwell in a hearing, and he dismissed this document because the document was not properly petitioned for admission and it was not noticed to the parties.
I want to scroll down to page 3 of Exhibit 83. Do you see